Good evening. It is 6 p.m., October 11th, 2022, and I am calling the appeal hearing to order. We will hear the roll call.
Christopher Caldwell,
Present.
Luis Garcia,
Here.
Curtis Gardner,
Here.
Oliver Howell,
Here.
Barbara Miller. Here. Vernon Payne,
Present.
Larry Tolbert.
Present.
For information purposes, our upcoming meetings are November 8th, which might be a potential appeal hearing, and December 13th. At this point, I will open the appeal hearing for PCR 2022-009. And we will hear from our liaison, Ms. Dusick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. Between December 2021 and January 2022, Ms. Letitia Grissom has had several contacts with Kalamazoo Public Safety regarding a FOIA request. The contacts transitioned to a PCR complaint being initiated on her behalf in February 2022. The complaint was in response to a call for service that occurred on December 12, 2021 in the 4000 block of West Michigan Avenue in the city of Kalamazoo. Ms. Grisham's complaint alleged that police officers murdered her son and then failed to complete a thorough investigation into his death. The complaint was assigned to Captain Danielle Giles from the Office of Professional Standards for investigation on February 7, 2022. The investigation was closed by the Chief of Public Safety on August 29, 2022, who exonerated the officer's actions and deemed the allegation areas unfounded. Ms. Grisham was notified of the chief's findings and has chosen to appeal the chief's findings to the city manager. The city manager has referred the appeal to the Citizens Public Safety Review and Appeal Board and requests a disposition recommendation. Please be advised, some content of this hearing may be disturbing to some viewers. The appeal is before you this evening.
Ms. Grisham, as we enter this process, I want you to know that you have my deepest personal sympathy for your loss. There are many who grieve for and with you. The process will be as this outlined here. Is there any member of the board, our appeal board, who is unable to render an unbiased opinion on this appeal due to a relational, financial, or other conflict of interest? If so, please indicate at this time. We will hear from the appellant first and why they disagree with the chief's determination of the complaint. At the conclusion of the appellant's presentation, board members will have the opportunity to ask the appellant for clarification or additional detail. I want to emphasize, board members only will have the opportunity to ask questions of the appellant. KDPS or its officers will not be permitted to ask questions of the appellant. After hearing the appellant, we will hear from the investigator to describe the investigation that was undertaken to form the chief's finding. At the conclusion of the investigator's presentation, board members only will have the opportunity to ask the investigator for clarification or additional detail. Ms. Grisham will not ask questions of KDPS or the officers. the appellant has requested that the hearing be open to the public. While the hearing is open to the public, we request that there be no outbursts of any kind. Let me put some emphasis on that. We will not have any outbursts during this public hearing of any kind. There will not be an opportunity for public comments during the hearing. All regular Citizens Public Safety Review and Appeal Board meetings are open to the public and offer an opportunity for public comment on any topic. After hearing from the appellant and the investigator, the board will adjourn and go into closed deliberation, and the public will be excused. Once we hear from the appellant and investigator, the board will take its leave before the public takes its leave. And so right after we hear from the investigators and ask questions, at that point in time, the board will leave, the public will remain until the board has left. At the conclusion of its deliberations and within 14 business days of the close of the hearing, the board will prepare a written report to be submitted to the city manager with a recommendation to sustain or amend the chief's finding. The city manager shall have final authority to sustain or amend the chief's finding and will notify the appellant of the determination within 20 business days following the appeal hearing. Let me be perfectly clear. Our board will not make a decision regarding the appeal. We will make a recommendation. We will review the appeal, make a recommendation to the city manager's office. Now, Ms. Grissom, thank you for bearing with us through explaining the process, but we're ready to hear your appeal.
My name is Letitia Grisham, and it was hard for me to have to go through these videos because I feel like it's not my job. Chief of police is to go through these videos, check them out, find findings, and present them to the public, not me. Second of all, thank you for hearing my appeal. This is the hardest thing I ever had to do in my life. And I know none of you could have done it. I'm angry, and I want to release this anger. But my son, Lindell Brandon Grisham, did not shoot himself. On 12/12/21, I received a call from my son, Lindell. I received a call stating my son, Lindell Grisham, shot himself in the head. I asked who shot my son in the head. I called the Battle Creek Police, 911, and I told them that I received a phone call somewhere out in Kalamazoo. They took my information, my phone number, and they gave me John Keller. John Keller was the first person I spoke to. He told me he was the first officer on the scene and that he was the one talking my son off the ledge. I'm like, what ledge? Because I was shocked and confused. Keller told me he was front and center during that incident the night of, and he gave me a contact number that no longer was active when I tried to reach him. That was a red flag. I left multiple messages for him, including with Danielle Giles, who lied and told me that she would have him call me. He didn't. Excuse me. After I spoke to Keller, I was calling this city attorney's office. When I called Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety and asked for who was over my son's case, they transferred me to a Detective Cole. She stated that the case was closed. This was like the third day. When I asked how, she said all cops involved told her he shot himself, period. I asked her, did she even watch the footage? And her answer to me was no. I have witness statements. I told her, as a detective, that is your job to follow up with those statements. I began the process to get the case reopened. They reopened it, as y'all stated. When I was contacting, excuse me, Christopher Franks, here are some emails that we shared. I don't know if y'all can see this, but it says, greetings. As we spoke on the phone, I voiced my concern about Detective Cole, of which I requested a supervisor. I do not think that person contacted me back. And it's been a week already since we last spoke. I've been asking about these videos and for the name and contact information of the negotiator, of which I did not receive. I was told the negotiator is from a different department. How? All I've been trying to get is a full view of what happened to my son Liddell, and I feel as if I'm being juggled around. Why is this process so difficult? Sent email to the records department, and I have yet to get a call from Cole's supervisor. I shouldn't have to beg for these answers. I can forward that email to you if you would like me to. How do I get in contact with the person over Detective Cole? This is his reply. I'm looking through car videos as you requested, and one of the car videos displayed an actual incident. Please request video from vehicle 1170, and looking for the best video for you to view video so you can have a clear understanding of what had taken place. I think if you get PSO Hillenbrand's body camera, you will have the best audio of the conversation that was had during the incident. If you want us to edit the video requests or above videos to reduce costs as you requested, please reply to everyone on this email so we can have the request in writing. As we discussed on the phone, we do redact video and take out lien, HIPAA, and privacy invading information from videos. This is my reply back to him. Well, I think this is his reply to me. Did you talk to Executive Lieutenant Troy from the Detective Division on the phone at the same time I was on the phone with you? He said you did talk to him. He called, talked with you, and I informed you I was on the phone also. Our SWAT team is a metro team that is made up of people from other agencies within this county. This is why the negotiator was from Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Department. That was a lie. He do work at KDPS. I don't know the name of the officer that was there, as I was not on the scene. Please remember our records department told you that they would take some time to process the request for videos. I'm working on speeding up the process. I'm sorry for your loss. I also voiced that I wanted to file a formal complaint in writing. I thought someone was going to tell me how to do that. I was expecting a phone call with that information as well, due to Detective Cole not doing her part in the investigation. I still want to file a formal complaint on her. He told me to go to the website, file a complaint in the lobby, ask for a complaint form. I still have not heard anything. This was a couple of days later. I have sent your videos to City Attorney's Office for review. I have not heard back from them. Check the status for your costs for these videos and have them reach out to you with the costs. As a reminder, this will take several weeks to complete as we are very busy. The date is February 4th, this one. It started in January. these emails. I wish someone would have let me know sooner. Thanks for your help. Why send my videos? Don't you all have copies? When can I pick them up? I have spoken to the city attorney's office and they told me they have not received them. I didn't physically send them. This is what Christopher said. Friends, the city attorney actually reviewed the videos with me yesterday. I'm getting the cost estimate done on 2 videos. Vehicle 1170 as stated before, and another body camera that will give you a better understanding of what took place. Once the cost estimate is done and 50% payment is due, and we will place you in line to get videos burned. We are currently 12 to 16 weeks behind. Then they sent me all of this stuff, just flooding my email. Is this the only car you have with the video? And is it clear? More trash. I stated that I want a clear video with audio. You stated that was the only one. As stated before on the phone, the video is very far away. You can't see any detail. This is the only video that has the whole event on it. That was a lie. Second body camera video will give you a clear shot of your son until the officer was asked to leave the scene by commanding officers. There's only one clear video, but it's from a distance and not clear to see. Audio from another body camera, which we can provide for you, but it would be an additional cost to what we already estimated for you, which was over $1,400. So they basically said that there was $1,400 worth of FOIA ready to be picked up. What are you talking about? You told me you would include the audio. This is a part of another video. It is not part of the car video. In the car video only has car audio. Body camera is another audio source. You would get a portion of that with the video estimate that was provided today as the city attorney authorized us to release the videos of the car. You need audio? You told me John Keller worked for the sheriff's department. He do not. He works for KDPS. I requested his video and audio, and you told me you could not. Why? So I forward these to everybody on the board of city manager's office. So I forward these videos to everybody on that board, these emails or whatnot. So I want to say hold Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety accountable for the death of Lindell Grisham by Detective Letitia Grisham, because they made me be a detective. Here are some of the videos of the property that they got from my son. This is his hoodie. I wore it today. The first video, it showed him shooting himself. It appeared he had this hoodie on. But I'm like, how come ain't no blood, guts, and gore on this hoodie? No reply. Next photo, his cell phone. This is the video they showed me. As you can see, they mixed bullets. My son's gun was a year old. There's no way someone's gonna put 2 different types of bullet in a gun. Red flag. My son did not put these bullets in his gun like that. Shell casing 1 and 2. They had his identification. Here is his CCW. They had this in the same wallet which is right here. And I want to say too, that there are more FOIA, some from Grand Rapids Police Department, because I have reason to believe that they were out there as well. Okay. I don't know what happened to my clip, but I'm gonna pull it up. So I began the process to get the case reopened. They reopened it. I was getting no answers from anyone by just calling the city manager's office and asking to be connected to the next person in command. I sought after answers and was being churned from person to person. That was a red flag. After 6 months of being harassed by the staff in the city hall, supervisors hanging up on me, people laughing in my face who work in this building, the secretary of the city prosecutor, the mayor, the city attorney, all cops, including Chief Police Coakley and his sidekick, Deputy Boyd, along with the corrupt city manager, Clyde Robinson. The city manager's office is assigned Danielle Giles to the case as acting detective. Giles is a person who should be relieved of her duties to the fact that she is not of help to anybody outside of Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety. Giles told me she investigated complaints against cops. Giles can be persuaded to be corrupt, and people like that need to be pushed out of the place where they disregard the public's need for her help when the murderous cops is asking for her to cover for them. I spoke to just about every secretary in this building, and if I had allowed them to bully me away, they would have prevented me from getting the truth as far as what happened to my son, Lindell Grisham. This place is put together for the citizens of Kalamazoo County, not these thugs posing as public safety officers. As we go through the evidence I have collected, you will get a clearer picture of what transpired the morning of 12/12/21 at or around 2:30 a.m. The night after my family notified me that Alexis Dooley told them she witnessed Lindell shoot himself, I called the police, of course, Keller I talked to. I showed you Christopher Franks. He was trying to lead me to what he wanted me to see. He told me to look at Hillenbrand's video. This is his report. This was dated 5/9/2022. Months later from the initial incident. On 12/12/21, KDPS responded to 4018 West Michigan Avenue for reports of shots fired. When officers arrived, they located Lindell holding a gun to his head. Grisham was making suicidal statements and asking officers to shoot him. I covered the negotiator. He spoke with Grisham and tried to convince him to put the gun down. Grisham refused and continued to make suicidal statements and asked officers to shoot him. They witnessed Grisham put the gun to his head and shoot himself. Later, the photograph and the scene and collected evidence, I had no further involvement. I was dispatched at 4018 West Michigan Avenue for reports of shots fired. Then he said I took up position, PSO Bernhardt. I can give y'all copies of this. This is.
We got life and rescue tips around. 6 a.m. 2600 bridge right here.
Is there free?
And we're playing multiple calls about it. 21 head grind.
Lindell?
County on Jingle Curling.
I do it.
Lindell.
Either I do it.
Lindell.
Blue, 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 blue.
Academy 3, this is your strike off against strike off for 1231 Academy, return off.
Shut up! What's her name?
What's whose name? I don't.
Can you turn your radio on a little bit?
Hey,
I don't have a free hander, I would.
what? What do you want us to do with her? Do you want us to take her away? Yep. Let's get her out of here.
As you can see,
Hey, you're skin tone. Hey,
this is a person in distress.
Lindell.
They were told
Lindell,
to point their weapons at him. You see it?
Your skin color doesn't matter to me. I promise you that.
You know why? You know why my skin color matters?
Why does it matter?
Because once I moved the position of this, it changed. You're gonna fear for your life even though I know I'm not gonna do nothing.
Lindell, man. Hey,
Don't say nothing either. Clyde, don't say nothing.
Lindell, man, what's going on?
Listen,
Why are we here right now?
listen.
That's okay. Let's see address.
I
Make
do
sure it's not
it,
working.
or you do it.
Well, neither of us have to do it.
7 Elizabeth Street,
I do it.
across the
Hey,
tab in West.
let's just stay seated,
Either
okay?
I do it, or you
Got it.
do it.
Lindell, no one has to do it.
So I'm gonna pause this video because this one basically just showed how many officers was there and how they were pointing their weapons at him. What is this, Hillenbrand's? You have to excuse me. I'm all the way around the board, swimming all over in my head right now. I'm looking for the video when they first arrived with Lindell, sitting in the grass.
Hey, ma'am,
This is how they found him.
ma'am.
He's crying.
Okay, no, hey, sir. Sir, hey, what's your name, man?
It's pointless.
Hey, sir,
Listen, stop. I don't want no reason.
sir, what?
I don't want no reason, David. I need you. Look after her.
Hey, ma'am,
David,
sir,
everything that's mine,
ma'am,
hers.
ma'am,
It's hers. It's hers.
ma'am, sir,
There's no going back.
sir,
I don't do it. They
sir, I need you to step back if you can.
don't do it. They're gonna do it.
Sir, back up. Wait, someone grab him. Okay, does
There are
anyone know his
people
name?
Next to my son in the grass, you cannot
What's his name? Nope.
Listen.
Lindell.
Hey, Lindell, can you hear me?
They're gonna do it. If I don't do it, you know why? You know why?
Hey, Lindell.
You see my skin color, right? If you're in distress and there's a
Lindell,
billion
man, I
people
need to
pointing
talk to you.
weapons at you, what are you gonna
We're
do?
gonna get through this together.
You're gonna get frightened and you're gonna get desperate.
Hey, Lindell.
Man with the light, I don't care.
Hey, Lindell.
Listen.
I don't want to do this, and I don't think you want to.
I don't listen. Listen to me. Yes, sir. Listen.
Hey, I'm gonna talk.
Just now they're on the ego trip. Listen.
Hey,
See her? You see her?
yep, I see her.
See her? What's her name then? Ron, shut up. What's her name?
What's whose
See
name?
her?
I don't.
Care for me, okay?
Can you turn your radio on a little bit?
Hey.
Hey,
I don't have a free hander, I would.
okay.
I
What?
take her.
What do you want us to do with her? Do you want us to take her away?
Move her.
Yep. Let's get her out of here.
Because you see my skin color?
Hey, your skin tone. Hey,
No.
Lindell, man.
My skin color.
Your skin color doesn't matter to me, I promise you that.
You know why? You know why my skin color matters?
Why does it matter?
Because once I move the position of this, it changed. You're gonna fear for your life even though I know I'm not gonna do nothing.
Lindell, man.
Hey, nah, let me finish. Let me finish. Don't say nothing.
Hey.
Don't say nothing either. Clyde, don't say nothing.
Lindell, man, what's going on?
Listen.
Why are we here right now?
Listen.
That's okay. Let's see
Either I do it or you do it.
Well, neither of us have to do it.
Either I do it.
Hey, let's just stay seated,
Either
okay?
I do it or you do it.
Lindell, no one has to do it.
Or you do it.
Do we have someone with a taser?
Everything.
Hey,
No.
Lindell,
Either I do it.
just because we're in this position,
I do it. Or you do it.
Lindell, just because...
That was all they gave me for.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer has always stood up for our health care and reproductive rights, including opposing Michigan's extreme 1931 abortion ban.
For Bernhardt. This is his investigative report. On 12/12/21, PSO Bernhardt responded to 4018 West Michigan in the city of Kalamazoo, state of Michigan, in reference to gunshots fired. Upon arrival, I quickly located a male who had a handgun pointed to his own head. Once on the scene, I initially attempted to speak with the individual, but all efforts were unsuccessful. I soon was relieved by Nielsen. When I arrived on the scene, I pulled a gun off. I pulled in off Imogene, traveling eastbound toward 4018 West Michigan. I had pulled just past the building and observed a person kneeling down just to my north in the grass. As I exited my patrol vehicle, I could hear crying and screaming coming from the general area. I quickly approached the individual and observed this person to be kneeling on the ground next to another female who was laying on the sidewalk. I approached the individuals and asked them if they were okay. I did not observe any injuries on either of these individuals. The female on the ground was crying, stating the male had a gun. When I asked her who had a gun, she said the male over there and pointed just to the north. I turned around, shined a flashlight near the tree line, and observed a male in distress in all black and sitting down and holding a handgun. That was pointed at his own head. At this point, I drew my service weapon, took a point of cover at the southwest corner of the building to the east and attempted to make verbal contact with this individual. I made many attempts to speak with the individual, however, he was not listening to anything I said and was not receptive to anything I had to say. It was clear that the individual was agitated by the police presence. He did not make any statement or gestures that made believe that he was willing to harm anyone else. While I held this position, he has stated many times, "You're going to do it, I'm going to do it." After holding this position for several minutes, additional officers filled in with the ballistic shields. I was eventually relieved from Nielsen. None of that you saw in that video. Everything that he said on this report was not in that video. That's what they claim this was what he said he observed. I didn't see that, none of it. So we're gonna go to Nielsen. First, I wanted to mention that this is Detective Cole's.
As I said, I'm not authorized to release anything, so I can go back upstairs and I can.
This video is not to be shown yet. This is Christian Cole's investigative report, 5/9/2022. She wrote this. After reviewing police reports and speaking to the victim's mother, Letitia Grisham, the medical examiner's office decided not to perform an autopsy in this case, in line with Grisham's wishes not to have one done. I requested this to be closed, cleared otherwise. With approval by Sergeant Mason, I signed a green sheet for the release of the victim's wallet, hoodie, and cell phone to his mother, Letitia Grisham. The victim's gun will be destroyed per KDPS policy once the NBIN's testing is complete. Grisham was also advised of this. I was not. I wasn't advised of that until I went to go pick up that stuff. This is a video that I was trying to see what the policies and procedures were for the records department to policies and procedures for them to, look up FOIA requests. Why is it that we have to look up these requests? Why do we have to pick and choose which videos? And I also want to see the 12, 21 video, audio, cops, webcams, card cams, yes, those. Shouldn't take 12 months to get what I requested eons ago. Or no one need a letter if you cannot give me what I requested. Hold on. I'm being denied. So basically, this video, and it's probably gonna backtrack if you're taking notes. I was asking Danielle Giles what was the holdup with the FOIA. And I was asking, how come that I, as the parent, have to pick and choose which videos that I wanted to see and view when that's their department? That's the chief of police job. So basically, I asked for outside investigation from the FBI, from the Justice Department, from somebody other than the conflicting parties. And this is what our interaction was. Me leaving a message with the evidence department because they did not return any of my phone calls either.
Department of Public Safety Evidence Office. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial
The same day.
For non-emergencies, dial 337-8994. We're sorry that no one is available to take your phone call at the moment. You may leave a message at this tone, or if you would like, you may try again.
This is Letitia Grisham. I'm coming for Lindell Grisham's property. I already been requested it for about 5 months now. My phone number is 269-419-4842, 269-419-4842. I'm upset, confused. I don't care. You don't know?
I've talked to you a few times. I've talked to you via email. I didn't know what brings you in today.
I'm not getting no answers over the phone.
Okay.
I want to know why I'm getting a runaround.
Okay.
I want to know why I'm being denied my son's property. I want to know why I haven't been given a denial letter from the property room as to why they haven't given me what I requested back in December.
What do we have for property?
His gun.
Okay.
I spoke to some man, he told me to talk to somebody named Abel, and he was like, oh, is this the gun he shot himself with? I'm like, listen, don't come for me over the phone like this. Mm-hmm. Somebody over the property, and then the one woman, I guess, who took over for Detective Cole, told me that I had to refill out paperwork in order to get his weapon. I'm like, why do I have to do that?
Okay, so...
I'm getting all these mixed messages, and I'm being churned.
Yeah.
Sending something. I'm sick of it.
No, I hear you, and I know as a grieving parent, even the perception of this, yeah, I'm trying to, I recognize.
She was trying to patronize me.
Make sure, so that I understand what the request is. So the firearm, we do have upstairs in our property room. You talked to Captain Hable, and you either want the firearm
No,
or
he
you want
told
a
me
denial
I
letter
need to
saying
talk
you
to
can't
him.
have it. Is that correct?
The person over, the lady who took over for Cole told me to call Abel. I think he said Hable or Abel, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yep. Same person. Yeah.
And so I don't know what his name is. I forgot his name, but it was a woman who transferred me to him in property room,
Okay.
telling me that I had to redo some paperwork. I'm here. Where's the paperwork? I already filled out paperwork.
Okay. So I'll check that right now. I'm assuming Captain Hable is at work. If not, then he's got an executive lieutenant. I'll ask him. If you're unable to get the gun, though, just hearing you correctly, you want a denial letter saying why you can't get it. Is that correct?
I'm going to get it. And if, yeah, give me what y'all have.
Okay. Yep. I will go talk to him right now. What else can I help you with, though?
The audio and the video. They didn't give me a denial letter for that.
That one's not getting denied. So they're just still working on that request right now. So
Why is it taking so long is my question.
unfortunately, we have one person that works on doing videos because we have to redact people, we have to redact certain things, lean information. So if somebody has a warrant, if they have Secretary of State's medical information, that stuff we can't release to the public, so we have to redact it. And
Why would that be on the audio body cams and the car cams? Why would any of that be on during that night?
so when you're in a car, when our body cameras are going, and when the audio, our radios are going on in our car. So if people are running other people for whatever reason, it might not in any way be related to your son's case. It might be, hey, stopping him, I'm doing a traffic stop and it's getting called out on the radio. Well, when that's playing in the background, you can still hear it. I watched this video specifically, so I know there is some radio traffic that you can hear.
She said she watched those
They have
videos
to make sure that we're
specifically.
legally not releasing any information that we can't. And they're getting in these requests from the public, they're getting in these requests from the prosecutor's office, from the public defender's office. It's a volume issue. It has not been denied in any way, shape, or form. They are working on it. And I know that this June 1st date, which is the due date, they're actively trying to hit that date for you. And there will be communication with you if for whatever reason that they can't hit that June 1st date. But I talked with them just last week. Leslie Matthews, she's our CSO, that's upstairs, is working on it. And she has a stack of them. Yours is probably 3 or 4 down at this point.
So why does that contradict with when they called me and gave me a price? We have your audio and your video. We have it all for $1,400. Okay, what happened to that portion of it?
What do you mean? I don't.
They called me and told me it was ready for pickup
Okay.
and charged me $1,400 for it. I said, why so much? Oh, it was over 20 police cars out there. But initially I was told there was only 6 officers. John Keller, I talked to that night, he told me he was front and center. I believe he's the one who shot my son in his head.
Okay.
I believed that at the time.
I did watch the video and I can say that didn't happen.
I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. I know for a fact one of them shot my son in his head. And of course you're going to take up for each other. And that's another thing. Conflict of interest. Why is there an internal investigation going on here when I requested an outside entity to come in and investigate? This is a conflict of interest. My beef is with you all. So why is it that I believe that y'all going to be in my benefit when y'all protect each other?
Well, the medical examiner is also coming in, so the medical examiner does not work for us.
The medical examiner called me. She said she has to go exhume him.
She's actually coming in to review our video as well. She's going to watch the same exact video that you're going to be.
I don't care.
Okay.
Y'all don't have no right to show her that video before I see it.
Okay, and I don't know when she's coming in. I was told that earlier today that she made the request to come in and view
And
that
so
video
she
for
get
their
it just like that.
I did not say that. I did not say that at all.
So now y'all trying to reel in the medical examiner.
Nope, the medical examiner reached out to us. I was under the belief that you'd reached out to the medical examiner.
Yeah,
Maybe
because I
just-
was looking for the autopsy of which she never even performed.
Okay. They did request to come in and view the video as well. They've been talking to our detectives division with that request.
So they get to see the video. There's more than one video.
Eventually, they will come in and view that video, yep. We have to redact for the same exact redaction that we're going to be doing for yours. We have to redact them as well. Because we can't legally release some of that information to her either.
You can't legally give her anything because that ain't even her department.
Okay.
Like, how is she able to come in here when she's negligent on her part at the morgue?
I don't know what happened at the morgue, but you're saying, hey, I want some outside entities looking at this. I do know that she is coming in to look at it on that aspect of it. What I'm gonna do right now is I will go check with Captain Hable about the firearm.
Yep.
I
And
will-
tell- So the medical examiner, I reported her to Laura, the Licensing and Regulatory Board. She told them that she performed an autopsy. Yet, she told the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety, let me come in and view these videos so that she can match her report with theirs. Mind you, weeks prior, I spoke to her. She gave me her number. She told me, Ms. Grisham, I'm sorry we dropped the ball. I'm going to do everything I can to get him exhumed and do a proper autopsy. So when Laura shut me down and said, no, we don't have any proof, I had to send them the video of Western Michigan University morgue saying that she did not perform the autopsy. Mind you, she put a report together blaming me. She said that I requested for her not to do an autopsy. If that were so, there's documents legally that she has to have me sign in order to say no. I never said that. I specifically asked for blood work and images for my son. She said, okay, let me hook up with the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety, match my report with theirs. So I had to go get proof
As I said, I'm not
from
authorized to release
Western
anything.
Michigan
I
University.
can go back upstairs and I can go talk to Joe Catania.
Yeah.
Or try to get
Can you tell her to come down here?
Well, she's not here today, so I'll
So
have
how
to
you
give
gonna
her.
talk to her?
I'm
I'm
gonna give
just
her a phone
asking.
call.
Okay, because I'm here, because they claim they did an autopsy. Joyce DeYoung told me they dropped the ball. They did no autopsy. So therefore, she went to the police department and she matched up her report with what they put in their report after they shot my son in his head. So what I'm trying to get is what she's telling the state representatives that she has in her possession, which is
I can't answer
a
that.
medical examiner report. I know you can. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm filling you in and getting you caught up. So basically, it's my right as a parent to receive the report from my son because she claimed she did one.
Who's she?
Joyce DeYoung and Joe Catania.
They said they did a report.
They said they did an autopsy, but Dr. DeYoung
Well,
claims she didn't do
as
an
I
autopsy.
understand it, because I read in the comms log, communications log before we came down here, that you were forwarded the investigative report, which is the only report we have.
Exactly.
That's the only report that
And
we
there
have.
was no autopsy attached to it.
There's no report other than the investigative report.
Exactly, which means she
So
didn't do an autopsy.
Well, I can't answer that. I don't know.
Well,
what
can you
report-
have Joe Catania come down here so she can
She's
let
not
me know?
here.
Well,
She's in Grand Rapids.
and if y'all keep lying for one another,
I'm not lying for
y'all
anybody.
always lying for each other. Everybody I encounter, y'all cover each other so well, but at the same time, you're gonna fall like dominoes together too. So I'm waiting for whatever you can do.
All we have is
Whoever's
that
upstairs,
investigative-
is Joyce up there?
That's why we're both here.
What's your
She's in
name?
court.
My name is Amy.
Amy? And your title? So they
I'm
go
gonna
up.
get you a paper copy. That's exactly what I just said.
I have that in the email, but they.
Correct.
So y'all work for the people.
Correct.
So can I get that autopsy report?
I don't have an autopsy report for.
Is my question.
I don't know that any.
And then
documents have
against
been
me,
made up.
I read that report.
Which report?
Everything
The
about it is
investigative
fraudulent. Yeah. Blaming me? I'm a grieving mother.
Understood. You should be. I get it.
This lady don't know me.
I don't know what was said. I don't know what was reported.
You read it.
The investigative report.
Yeah. And it's blaming me for the death of my son, saying that I didn't want them to do an autopsy. That's exactly what he read.
I don't think anything is blaming you. Not from what I observed
Wait a
in the
minute.
report.
I passed up the part.
Understood. You should be.
Is my question.
I don't know that any.
And then
documents
against.
already said. So
So why is she making fraudulent documents and making up reports that match the police department? Is my question.
I don't know that any.
And then
documents have
against
been
me,
made up.
I read that report.
Which report?
Everything
The
about it is
investigative
fraudulent. Yeah. Blaming me? I'm a grieving mother.
It is a restricted area.
Is
The
it?
7th floor is a restricted area, absolutely.
Okay.
It's access controlled, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I looked in the case file for your son. There is no autopsy because we didn't do an autopsy, as
Thank
you
you.
already said.
case in point, there was no autopsy. She lied. Joe Cadanya, this is the invoice. This is what they wanted to charge me. $1,400, Ms. Grisham. We have all body cameras, footage. We seen them. Come pay us. When I went down there, we're 14 weeks behind. How are you 14 weeks behind when you just told me, here's the price. This is what you need to pay us. So I started digging deeper. And this one is very disturbing. This is where you'll see a clearer picture. This is Kella Jackson's reports. On 12/12/21 at approximately 02/1400 hours, Zone 6 responded 4128 West Michigan Avenue. Shots fired with subject down. I responded to the scene and was cleared shortly after. While on the scene, the suspect, Lindell Grisham, fired a round. Lieutenant Nielsen had tactical command to begin clearing units from the scene. A short time later, after I cleared the scene, Lindell Grisham shot himself. I heard units performing life-saving measures. If he cleared the scene, how is it that he witnessed Lindell shoot himself? He heard it, but he didn't witness it. This report is fraudulent. You can't see something once you clear it out. So I responded to Bronson to maintain scene security and facilitate crowd control. So hospital staff could safely provide medical care. There was never an incident at Bronson. Then I transitioned to identify the next of kin. Letitia Grisham, Battle Creek, Michigan, was identified. I spoke to her via phone and informed her of the incident and her son's location. I passed along her information to Bronson, social worker, and chaplain. I had no further involvement. I am currently employed as a sergeant of the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety and assigned to the Operations Division. I am also dually designed to task force officer in Department of Homeland Security through Homeland Security investigations. My current duties include, but not limited to, investigating violations of the city ordinances, state statutes, and federal laws, including, but not limited to, controlled substance violation. I have been in public safety officer for 8 years, and during that time I have been involved with the investigation 1,300 plus cases involving controlled substances. I received training related to investigation of controlled substances activities from the Kalamazoo Law Enforcement Training Center, the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety, the Michigan State Police, the Drug Enforcement Administrator's U.S. Office. Nothing in there says this man is a negotiator. So this is Kella's body cam footage. Mind you, on the phone, he said, I was the one trying to talk him over the ledge. He lied. This video is all of 1 minute, 49 seconds.
I can't get out.
He's not happy over here, so. Where's Nielsen at? He's down there. We can't get out, so. Get out of what?
Nielsen's asking us to leave, but we can't get out.
Who's asking you to leave?
Nielsen.
He said, he wants us down there, so.
That man is from the fire department. I thought he was with the EMTs.
Why don't you just
but he
work
witnessed
on moving cars over to one side and
them
work
shoot
your way
him
out?
along with the rest of those people.
They didn't move it to attack channel yet?
I believe you guys are, yeah.
Where's Nielsen at?
He's down there. If you want to go through that way.
Okay. Are we on attack channel yet?
No. I think there's just quick.
Pulling back over here.
They muted this. However, this conversation is on Nielsen's video, and basically he's saying, and I'll let you hear it for yourselves, this was nothing to redact. They had no reason to redact what he's saying because it's on the other video. That's Keller. This one, hold on. This was part 1 of 2. Trying to figure out what their protocol is to get answers. Y'all can't send the state troopers. You don't send the. I don't know what's the. I requested answers. What is your protocol for when someone is shot surrounded by the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety in regards to getting FOIA? Are victims' families supposed to seek through these records, or do you all supposed to look through them and provide me that information? What is the protocol for that?
So, if you wanted any details in regards to anything like police report, information, whatnot, it's the same process for everyone, and we would have to put a request.
How will we know about what to get or what to request when you all have that information? Ain't you supposed to go through it, seek, find the answers, and then give it to me?
So, is that what you put in your FOIA request? Have you
Why do I have to put that in my FOIA request?
of what you would like to request?
I requested answers for the death of my son surrounded by this department. And why do I have to pay y'all to give me the answers when that's your job, to look for the answers and provide them? Why do I have to pay for these, scrape through these records? It's your job.
For my understanding, you put in a FOIA request and then for...
I'm here to pay for one FOIA request that I had to seek after for the death of my child. Y'all seen those videos and you supposed to provide them.
Do you have an FOIA request number to your background? So I can...
I want to know what's the policy and procedure for seeking out who killed my son in the records department.
I'm trying to understand what exactly...
I'm trying to say, listen to me. If somebody is murdered, surrounded by the Department of Kalamazoo, the public safety, isn't the records department's job to look for that video and audio? Why do I, somebody who wasn't even present, have to give you or request information from you? It's your job, all of you, to look at those videos, find the answer, and say, Ms. Grisham, yes. Why is it that I have to ask for something I wasn't? So basically, they had no answers for me as far as what their policies and procedures are, why I had to put down things on FOIA requests that I never had a child murdered before. I never had this happen to me before. So why is it that I should have to know what I need to request? I know that there's policies and procedures, and I know the city attorney, Clyde Robinson, does not view every single FOIA that comes through the records department. There was something fraudulent going on there. So basically, I was getting upset because she was churning me, and I don't like it. And I was getting fed up because I shouldn't have to tell them what to look for. And then two, why did they keep telling me this, that, and the third? Oh, she took it personal. I also wasn't present. For you all to look through the footage and provide me the information of when that nigga ordered my son's assassination. That's what I'm looking for. Why do I have to tell you whose body cam to look for when y'all have access? So basically, I was angry because they was putting that in my lap. Tell us what you want. Tell us what you want. Why don't they find the answer and tell me, okay, this is the one you need, Ms. Grisham?
Have you talked to anyone in like...
Danielle Giles, is she here?
I can see if she's here. Would you like to talk to her?
Yeah. Long story short, Danielle Giles told me on this video. I can send it to you, but they was like she wasn't here. She wasn't here. So as I got louder and louder, they went and got Coakley. After Danielle Giles told me to shut up, don't talk to her, and come talk to me. Why is it that we gotta pick which video we want?
You're not.
Through which ones I need to pay for. I know that is not my job, that is your job, and I shouldn't have, no, you stop.
It has nothing to do with her.
It don't matter, no, I'm talking to her. You told me.
Come talk to me.
No, no, don't tell me, it's my son that's there, don't you dare.
I know you.
So she was there after all. The first video, she's not here. I can back it up if you want.
Talk to me, please.
You heard what I just asked her.
Did you look at the website that I sent you for
No.
policies and procedures?
First of all, we're gonna have a civil conversation.
First of all, you're gonna come out here with some respect. That's what you're gonna do. No, you're gonna respect me.
Let me tell you
You the
something,
one who
man.
killed my son.
Man, let me tell
You
you
killed,
something.
who are you?
You're
First
gonna
of all,
have
who
a
are you?
respectful-
Who are you?
I am Chief Vernon Copeland.
Okay, you come out here with some dignity and respect and stop being a prop.
Bring your voice down.
Don't tell me how to feel up in
I'm
here.
gonna tell you that today. Bring your voice down. Okay, your talk, we're gonna have a conversation. You're not gonna yell at us. Okay? That's what we're gonna do today.
Yeah,
Okay.
we sure
Keep it
are.
down. Keep it
No,
down.
you keep it down. You lower your voice and I'll lower mine.
You know what? I started that way. You were up here. So you bring it down.
It's my son who's
Let's
dead.
move it. And
It's my son who's dead. Who are you?
We are sympathetic to the
You're
cause.
Deputy Chief who?
Come over here.
David Boyce?
Come over here. Come over
I'm not
here.
I'm not your
Man,
child.
let me say this.
I'm not your
You are
child.
being disruptive in our building.
I don't
I'm
care.
gonna give you 15 seconds.
You ain't gonna give me
to either
nothing.
do something or you're gonna be told to leave.
Okay.
Okay? Okay?
So, back to you.
No, you're gonna talk to me, man. You're gonna
They
talk
told me
to
you're in charge.
Excuse me, I'm in charge. I'm the chief of police. Vernon Coakley is my name.
Well, it's nice to meet you
Nice to meet
finally.
you as well. No, but nice to meet you.
Nice
as
to
well.
meet you.
Well, listen, if we can have a civil conversation
Well, let's
about
do
this.
that. I'll bring it down.
Okay, let's do it. So we have a process. We're gonna follow that process in which you've asked us to do. Okay? That's all we're doing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
You're not gonna let me finish. Okay? You're not gonna let me finish. This is a civil process that we have. Paperwork that we have to do for any situation, okay?
That's okay.
And we need that time.
Okay.
Okay? We are backed up over.
That's not my problem. I
You're
don't
not
need to
letting me
hear. I
finish.
don't need to hear that.
You're not letting me finish.
I don't need to hear
You're
that.
not
That's
letting
not my
me finish.
concern.
You're not letting me finish. Okay? You're not letting me finish. It is your concern because it's our process.
It's not my concern,
So
your job is.
request. And right now, you're 14 weeks out to do this.
That's a lie.
But because
It
of
wasn't.
your
They already
situation,
had $1,400 worth of
I
FOIA.
inquired to my staff to bump that up, to put you ahead of the list.
Okay,
to
but
do
I
that.
requested this back in December.
Ma'am, okay, but it's a process, okay? It's a
December.
process. We're backed up because of situations we don't have the technology to do it faster.
December?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
December.
Yes, ma'am. Listen to me. Yes, ma'am.
But the city attorney told me he viewed those videos.
Well, I don't know what we're giving you today. Have we given her videos?
Why did they get to see these videos and y'all held on them to I them for
still
6
hadn't
months?
got to see
And
the
I get
video
them 2
at
weeks
this
ago,
point.
and then it's not even what I paid for, Chief Coakley. Let me tell you what they gave me on those FOIA. They gave me footage with the camera facing to the back seat of the squad cars, and it flipped and kept repeating. I didn't pay for that.
Well, you asked for the videos.
I asked for the correct videos.
Well, I don't know what you asked for, okay? I don't today.
Why do I have to seek after which police officer ordered the assassination of my son?
No
Listen
police
to me.
officer
Listen
ordered
to me.
the assassination.
Why I read the police reports.
Your son.
The
committed
detective
suicide.
Cole ordered his gun.
Mind
to be
you, there's
destroyed.
an active
Why did y'all
investigation.
destroy his weapon?
Your son committed
No, he
suicide.
didn't.
Yes, he
Are
did.
you
Yes, he
actively
did.
investigating?
No,
when
he
you
didn't.
stuck-
We have independent witnesses that saw him.
Okay.
We have two
So why
independent
didn't
witnesses.
y'all give me it then? I wouldn't be here right now had y'all just given me the video of it up close and personal. Y'all was there. Why was there a SWAT team surrounding somebody in distress? Why did my son have his weapon pointed at his temple, but he was shot in the back of his head? Actually, the top.
Ma'am, I didn't see.
Exactly. So stop telling me something you wasn't there for.
I'm telling you what I know, and what I know is that your son.
How? Okay, well, can I have that video?
Okay, the video
Clear.
that we provided is what we have. Okay, we have independent witnesses.
I don't care about none of that.
I know
don't
you
care.
don't.
I don't,
Okay?
because my son did not shoot himself.
And so listen, he
What is
did.
this?
We have.
No, he didn't.
10
Well,
more, we
prove it
have
to me.
10 more seconds. Okay?
Okay.
And you're gonna be asked to leave.
Okay.
Because we're gonna continue to argue with
All
you
right.
about this, okay?
Kick me out.
Is there something else I can help you with?
No.
Because this situation, listen.
When is this? I
want
want
you
to
to
pay
listen.
for this. That's why I'm here.
Go ahead,
I'll
Captain.
explain
Go ahead,
these
Captain Garrett.
Okay, so for the video for Lieutenant Nielsen, and again, I don't know what Lieutenant Nielsen's video shows. I want to warn you that we're behind barricades because we're encountering somebody with a gun. We're
I get that.
Listen real quick.
I get that.
So some of the videos are imperfect. We admit that freely because we're behind positions of cover. So we're gonna give you the videos, the best videos we have, but it might not clearly show what happened that night. And
All
I'm
right,
here
so
to tell
I
you
got
that's
videos
something
that
you
shows
gotta
there
be careful.
wasn't nobody but a few people behind shields. I seen the fire department. I seen the department, the state troopers. I seen all of these people for somebody who was crying and in distress.
Ma'am, can we
Policies and procedures is you
can
don't
we
surround
finish?
somebody with the SWAT
Can we
team when
finish?
they're
You're talking
seeking
about
help.
operational stuff, ma'am. Let us finish.
Okay,
about
don't
this
stop trying to cut me off. I'm allowed to speak.
You cut us off? You cut us off?
So can I pay for this before I leave?
Absolutely,
Because I'm not
please
even
do.
dealing with this man no more. He's very unprofessional. You're a prop. That's all you are.
gotta be
Bless you,
free.
ma'am. I wish you well, and you're a grieving
Thank
mother.
you.
You're a grieving
Thank
mother,
you.
and I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
But we're gonna follow this policy.
Okay, let me
So,
pay for it then.
Let's pay that. So you have the money right now. What does she needs to pay?
So she owes $3604.
Mhm, let me pay it.
Yes, ma'am. Let's
If
go ahead and
that
pay
is
that.
a high estimate, we will cut you a check and we will reimburse you. If it ends up being higher than that, when you come in to pick it up, just like last time, you'll have to pay the additional cost. They think that the estimate's probably pretty spot on. That could change though, once we start digging into that video, but we will communicate.
So
with you.
that sheet of paper that you just told her to scrape away from me, I want that.
What-
Policies and procedures. She got it.
Did you check our website real quick? I did send you the website.
I looked
that has
at it.
all of our- Okay, were you able to find the
No, I
policies
wasn't.
you were looking for?
No.
Okay, so you're looking for the additional policies that
I'm
are
looking
not
for
on
what is the records department's job description when it comes to seeking information when someone loses their life, surrounded by the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety. Why is it that we, as the grieving parents, have to look through these videos and tell y'all which ones to find when y'all have access to all of them?
Ma'am,
That's what's unclear.
ma'am, let me say something to you. The city attorney is in charge of all the FOIA.
Okay, I'm headed over there
Okay,
next.
Yep. Attorney Robinson will look at everything about FOIA, including videos and paperwork reports.
So I gotta go to the courthouse
So
and request a
you're not
subpoena?
You're not allowing me to finish, okay? You're cutting me off.
I'm just asking
You're
questions in between.
You're not allowing me.
I'm
to
asking questions in between. That's all.
You are very disruptive, ma'am. You're not
Okay.
allowing me to speak.
I get it.
Okay? He is in charge. Everything we have is public, and everything he wants us to release, he tells us what to release.
Oh,
Okay? Everything we have, he tells us what to release. He redacts what needs to be redacted. Okay?
what's his name?
Clyde Robinson is the city
Oh,
attorney.
that's right.
Okay, Clyde
Okay.
Robinson. Ma'am?
Yes.
We
That goes to show Clyde Robinson is in on the cover-up because the chief of police job is to look through those videos. I know that for a fact. It ain't rocket science. And I'm gonna show Nielsen's video. This is Nielsen's body cam video. On this video, you will hear him say multiple times, "We are going to be the ones to kill him." There's nothing wrong with someone wanting to kill themselves. And they use something, suicide by cop, as their reasoning for blowing my son's head off. There's a boy named David Taylor in this video who was in close proximity of my son. I don't know if they gave him a gun, but you will hear them say, "Go get the gun, go get the other gun." go get the other gun. They went and got the other gun. They handed it off to somebody. I also heard that GRPD is in the north side. So I'm like, GR, how is Grand Rapids? I called Grand Rapids today, and they said that they were going to try to look and dig deep and see if any of their officers were out there that night. So if I still want to present whatever FOIA that they still have not given me, that I requested going on a year now.
I'm one of the shift commanders. Let me tell you this, we don't want to kill anybody, okay? We want to try to resolve it. Ma'am, how do...
So I have to let this play some, and I have to look at my timestamps.
Get your dog staged, 'cause I think if he hears him bark, it's going to be bad. So just get him staged and put that gun down, okay? Do you know, is the gun loaded? Okay.
This is the girl who picked up my son and drove him out there. I don't know what happened to my son.
Hey.
His gun is legal. You just,
that's okay.
It's loaded. I just...
Let me talk to you real quick. Okay.
Please don't.
Hey, for all you guys, I need you guys to grab your vehicles. Grab your vehicles. I want other vehicles up here, and I need one vehicle all the way on the top side to keep anybody from coming south and getting in the line of fire. Okay?
Are you going to be a negotiator?
Are you a negotiator? Yeah. Head up there now, please.
That man is not trained. You'll hear him say that himself
bring your vehicles up
on
there.
this tape.
You want to grab your partner real quick? Yeah. I don't know if doing a send on him is going to benefit us or not. Can you talk? That's his best friend. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think?
It would give us time to at least get up there.
Get your dog staged, 'cause I think if he hears him bark, it's going to be bad. So just get him staged for me, okay? Lincoln 5. So just be advised, we have a negotiator from county on scene. We're currently cutting off traffic coming northbound on Emmett Jean as well as eastbound into the complex. We have somebody up on the north side of Hunter's Ridge as well to ensure that nobody comes south. Continuing verbals at this time.
We're doing everything that we can to try to defuse this situation.
Grant, can you just get some additional information? Just take her off to the side and just grab some additional information, any type of medical issues that he may have or things going on with his life that we can try to get some information on, please.
Let's step over here, okay,
ma'am? Head over here and talk with Officer Kitts. He just wants to grab some information to see how we can better help him, okay?
Can you step over here and talk to him?
His left hand, the barrel is in his hand.
I need you not to come over here. You need to go back over that way, please.
Yep, come on.
It's all right. I just don't want you to get hurt, all right?
QMSP is on the north side of the building behind the suspect. The gun is currently now back in his right hand in the correct position, but facing down.
Lincoln 5 City. Any unit that's not 26 on scene here can code 4. We're 14. We have plenty of personnel on scene right now.
Any unit not 26, Hunter's Ridge, code 4.
City, I'm assuming we have Life somewhere staged.
Okay, from Life and Red 6 staged.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
He's got no family, only in Battle Creek, and he has bipolar disorder.
He has bipolar disorder. This is what she told him. He knew something was going on.
Wait, I'm Lexi. What does he want?
They kept her from going down there to help him because they knew she can talk him down and they wouldn't let her.
Hey.
They kept her contained because his intentions was to kill my son.
Did she give any indication what's going on with him?
Just bipolar disorder.
What's that?
Engine 3 on scene.
Engine 3 on scene.
Oh, hey. So nobody currently is shot. Yeah. We've got a male with a gun, obviously. Bipolar, suicidal. We've got plenty of people here. Everything's cut off. You can't go anywhere. We do have a negotiator on scene from county that's trying to talk him down right now. Plenty of shields out, plenty of cover. We're just trying to talk him to get the gun dropped. No, he's outside. Right now, yeah, that's about it. And we're probably, this is just my opinion, start to take some of these people away from here. We have enough to contain on scene. I just don't want to overwhelm it with 30 cops here. Nope, we've got that. We actually have a decent backstop for anything concerning that. But like I said, I want to get some of these people out of here because there's nothing illegal about wanting to kill yourself. All right, thanks. See you.
Sergeant Miller's on the phone with him.
Rubber bullets?
No.
All right. Where else?
I want to point out, I have a video from Kits when he said rubber bullets. Did anybody hear the word yes? On the video with Kits, when he said rubber bullets, it's a voiceover on there that said yes. I'll show that when I'm done. But at 8, Nielsen knew what was going on. At this point, he's saying that Lindell has the barrel in his hand trying to hand the gun off. Cole had a dog. He wanted to send the dog over to bite Lindell. They surrounded him. They locked him in to contain him because their intentions was clear.
To get the other guy to take the gun and shoot him with it. So
We're probably all set with you then. Because I've got like 30 fucking...
Well, I got a couple of guys out here, I'm not sure where they're at, so.
one's negotiating.
I have your negotiator here, and I've got one up on the north side to prevent him from running that way. Walter House, you can get out of here. PP, just in case something goes south and he runs. Grant, you can get out of here.
Where is my time stamp?
Walk down this way.
It's right here.
You can go. You're 6'3". Field hunter?
Yes, sir.
You can get out of here, please.
Yes, sir.
We have more than enough, and there's nothing illegal about killing yourself.
Lindell. 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 He doesn't want you to do this. Come talk to me.
Messman, you can clear out too. I don't, just because I already have them up front.
At 8:29, Nielsen knew straight away there was no shooting victim out there.
No.
I don't. Do we have a shooting victim here?
No. This is a suicidal male that right now we are doing nothing, at least in my opinion, except helping him kill himself faster with all these.
They're doing nothing for him except helping him kill himself faster with all these guns out of his mouth.
Guns. In your brief encounter, do you believe him to want to hurt anybody else?
No. He's actually worried about everybody else. He just wants us to do it. He doesn't have the... He's scared to do it himself. He wants us to...
They knew he was scared to do it.
I think we're just...
Lindell was drunk. They knew he was afraid to shoot himself. He was bluffing. They knew it. And they said, let's feel for it.
Feel for it.
Okay. We're doing nothing, at least in my opinion, except helping him kill himself faster with all these guns. In your brief encounter, do you believe him to want to hurt anybody else?
No. He's actually worried about everybody else. He just wants us to do it. He doesn't have the... He's scared to do it himself. He wants us to do it. I think we're just fueled for it.
Okay. Based on your training and experience as my negotiator out here.
I'm not fully trained.
Okay. Well, you're better.
Did you hear him? Based on your training and experience as the negotiator, he said, I'm not fully trained, out of his mouth.
He's scared to do it himself. He wants us to do it. I think we're just fueled for it.
Okay. Based on your training and experience as my negotiator out here.
Fully trained.
Okay. Well, you're better than anybody else I got. Do you feel any reason that we should keep everybody here trying to kill this man?
Only containment.
Okay. Daly, you have a shield. Who's up in front there? Barnard? Barnard, get out of here, please.
Lindo. Lindo. Out of here.
Yeah.
Lindo.
You're good. Thank you.
Can you talk with me, please? I only want to help. There's nothing that you've done that's going to get you in trouble. I just want to help. I know you're upset. I
At
just want to help.
14:47, Nielsen told Cole KDPS is going to be the ones to kill him.
No.
Sir.
I'm probably pushing forward past vital information, but
Please, can you just come talk to me?
He set the gun down for a second to send him there.
that's Cole telling Nielsen he set the gun down. On Cole's view, Nielsen went, so what? Who cares? And you'll see it.
He's a suicide. Right. And no danger of hurting anybody else.
Yeah.
Except himself. And right now, who's going to end up shooting him? Right. We are.
Who's going to end up shooting him? We are. He made it clear.
And that's what we don't want.
Right.
But he didn't see it, but he set his gun down for like 5 seconds there, and he was away from it.
That would have been the time.
Yeah.
But
I'm just
you
too
can
far
probably
up there.
you can take him probably back to your car.
He's telling him to take your dog back. And in the video, he said, you don't want your dog to be hurt, do you? But you shoot my son in his head?
Just if he puts the gun down, what would we do? Would we let the dog get to him?
We're not going to do anything with it.
Okay.
He's a suicidal man. He's done nothing wrong. We're not going to bite him for wanting to hurt himself.
Yeah. Well, if we can bite him instead of killing himself.
He doesn't want to talk to anybody. Right now, his friends are doing a better job than anybody else is going to do.
And that's the negotiator. His friends is doing a better job than me. None of these people were trained when my son was in distress. None of them. They locked him in, contained him, and then assassinated him.
Okay. Hey, Daly, you guys, why don't we move all the way back to this carport? Okay. Yep. Move all the way back to the carport. You can leave.
That's Keller.
See ya. Yeah.
Now you
This
can
is
hear the
not a
conversation.
criminal action right now. It's a suicidal guy that the gun is not helping.
Okay. Do you need help with verbals at all, or?
We have a county negotiator guy here. Adrian, you can take him all the way back to your car and just chill. Caleb, not to be a dick, but I told you once to leave.
Yep.
Visser?
Yes, sir.
You can leave as well.
Might be able to check on a weapons, leave Bronco liquor.
He wanted to stay down there by himself?
Yeah, I gave him my shield. You want me to go down with him?
Yeah, we need
Just one of you.
They're using the shields to block their body cameras, not for safety. They were in no danger.
No, just take the shield. I'd rather have Patrick down
With
there.
a black hoodie, with a handgun. Not pointing at anybody though.
What was that?
Just relax.
(17:01), a shot went off. Keller was not in view of who shot the gun, because he ordered it. There was somebody in the bushes who shot the gun into the ground. And when the other cops jumped, he told them, just relax. He was already aware that they were shooting at Lindell on the ground. They shot twice. You can hear my son saying, y'all shot twice. You have a gun. Evidence. You shot twice into the ground. Evidence. He said Officer 227-24,000 was the shooter.
Come back.
Patty,
Let him go.
no, just take the shield. I'd rather have
There was a
Patrick
black male
down
with
there.
a black hoodie with a handgun. Not pointing at anybody though.
What's up?
Just relax. All units report in. MSP on the north side of the structure, U14.
Good status.
Units on the north side of the hill, 14.
50 to all 5, I'm with them, we're 14.
Units on the west side, 14. All right, City for an update. We had a single gunshot from our individual. It was into the grass. It was not at any officer or himself.
Our individual. That means their cops. Lindell is labeled the suspect. He said a single shot from our individual. If you don't know the language, then you won't know that he's not talking about Lindell. He's talking about the officer who's ordered to shoot at Lindell. Mind you, this is a person in distress, crying, asking for them to leave him alone.
Currently, all units are 14. No. We're going to probably continue to pull back because I'd like to help this individual. Answer me this: what are we doing to help?
He's stating his intentions.
Provide.
Citizens are safe as long as he's there. Everyone else.
Has he shown any interest in hurting anybody else? No. Right now, we are what is going to kill him.
Right now, they're going to be the ones to kill him. He stated his intentions again. People are honking because they see what's happening.
Yeah. Where do you live at?
She heard him.
I would go back to where you live.
And that's the girl who brought my son there, Lexi.
Okay.
Okay, but my backpack and my keys to my house are over there.
Over where?
They're in the grass.
Okay. They're going to have to stay there. I would probably just head back into the vestibule area over there so you can stay warm. And as soon as we're able to get it to you, we will.
Are my friends still over there? Can one come with me?
Right now, they're still trying to talk to him.
My friends?
Yeah. Okay. He's okay right now.
Right
but
now.
We don't want to make him do anything, and we don't want to do anything to him. Okay? So
She
I come
heard
back
him.
to your place, and hopefully we can resolve this quickly. All right? All 5 units on scene. Again, this is a containment at this point. I would give this individual ample space. He's shown no aggression towards us, no aggression towards anybody else.
So where are they containing him?
All right, again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I told you two to leave already. All right? That means
Those
don't
cops
leave.
know what he's finna do. They want to see. And he's keep telling them, get out of here, get out of here. Now he's going to ask the fire chief, what do he think?
Hi. What do you think?
What do you mean?
I'm asking what you think. We
He's
have a
laughing.
suicidal male.
Yeah. We got people on the backside too?
We do. We have got 2 MSP guys back there, a couple at the top of the hill to prevent them from running anywhere.
81 will be making contact with my S1 at
And
Woodward.
that's
and
about where we're at.
Yeah. We're working on somebody with what's lethal, like beanbags.
Don't have anybody.
They don't have any such things, though? Or they
Just
don't, they don't
Miller.
have those anymore?
Asking you,
Is that the girlfriend by the light pole? Is that a light pole that he keeps talking to? Or?
it's just another friend. Nope, I'm legitimately asking your opinion.
Of what to do?
What do you think? I think we're not doing anything productive.
I think he's waving that gun around quite a bit.
I think we missed our chance when he stuck
What do
down to take
what do
his stuff
yeah.
off. That was a chance. Right now, without less lethal. Yeah. I wouldn't send anybody in after him.
Oh gosh, no.
464
What's funny?
I have not left the west side yet, and then West Main 8 does Western still need 19 and then weapons defense.
Shortly, in a minute, Lindell's going to be shot in his head.
Put the car up on that hill there.
Back one for now. And we're going to leave the whole set on prime for L5 incident.
So he popped one round into the grass,
All further prime traffic
and that's
will be
been
on TAC 1.
Do we know what it is or this?
he's bipolar and just having a mental breakdown.
Who's talking to him right now?
County negotiator.
Who's right there on the corner?
That's county negotiator and Hillenbrand with a shield for him. Other than that, MSP's on the backside to prevent him from trying to get into the building.
Backside of that building?
Yeah. A couple people up on the top of the hill in case he tries to run that way. Again, just to contain it because of his mental state.
114, I'll be up on TAC 1.
Other than that, we've gotten rid of an overwhelming majority of the people out here because it wasn't doing anything to help.
We talked to his girlfriend. Is she around somewhere?
She was not a point of help.
All right.
She is on point of help. They kept her from
In the
him.
background, I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm coming to you, 19, if you need it. I'm just coming from zone 6.
I appreciate it on all sides.
Thanks for your help.
Keep giving regular updates or...
No, I already told him to stay off the radio.
Can we spotlight him more with this car, or do you think it's going to agitate him?
I think it'll agitate him, personally.
Is this camera facing that way?
Yeah, I moved it.
All right.
See if we got it. I don't know how to zoom it in if you want to zoom
It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't? Yeah, as soon as we walked up, I kind of turned it right on me.
Thanks.
Whose headlights are those up in that parking lot?
I asked them to go up there to block that parking lot, and instead they pulled up right next to it.
8855, good fresh.
Collier, he's on the left side of that red SUV.
We're going to be out here.
All right.
No crowd. Got a couple of cars that are driving away. Nobody in front of the liquor store. Bye-bye.
Yeah, get used to the cold weather. I know, right? Well, I could always get less lethal out
If you have access to it, so far nobody else that I knew of on that was working tonight.
Scott's the only one that has it.
Well, you're the only one
Yeah, I know.
on tonight.
I just don't know if we should put it out, because, we need a game plan on what we would do if we're gonna shoot him with it. And if he's, talking, I'd rather not agitate him.
Yeah.
If he's gonna shoot himself.
There it is. Go.
Why y'all can't hear the gunshots through here?
L5 units.
What's muffling to
Single
this
shot
video?
fired.
Did y'all hear that?
Making an approach. City, bring life in.
I'm on scene. Single gunshot. I've formed to himself.
The second entrant, I don't. I'll get one of these guys to grab. All right. Rifles, all guns get put away. They've got plenty of this.
Thank you. Tell me to come back and handle.
The next video I'm going to show is Joe Daly.
Ms. Grisham?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how much time you're going to need?
Just after this one.
Thank you.
It's two more. Are y'all in a hurry? Because it took me a year to get these videos.
Yes, I understand. No, you do what you
Can
have.
we reschedule? Because I'm trying to present my case here.
No, I
And
just
please
want-
let me finish real fast.
I want to know if I should give the board a break to go to the restroom or not. That's why I asked the
That's
question.
fine if y'all need to take a break.
Anybody need a break? Okay, we're good. Thank you so much. Continue, please.
I don't want to feel rushed because it's not fair that I even had to go through this.
Please don't feel rushed. Take your time.
Joe Daly. At 7/8/758, I started putting his timestamps on here so I can speed up. You'll see the magazine was out of Lindell's gun when the shot went off. He said, magazine's out of the gun. They claim Lindell shot himself in the right side of his head. I'm going to give you a view of the left side of his head. If you put a gun to your head and pull the trigger, it's going to blow out of that side. He was shot through the top. It came out this side. They were coaching each other. The police report is attached to this. This is not what I'm trying to show right now. This is Joe Daly's body cam footage. Okay, hold on.
Lindell. Go there.
Man, I need you to put that down.
7:58, they're gonna say magazine's out. Magazine's out. Lindell basically was saying, this is my wallet. He's placing all of his items down. He released the clip. He put it on the table. He said, this is my wallet. I know y'all gonna do it. When they knew the clip wasn't in the gun when they shot him. That's why when the shots was going off, Lindell was gonna say, you got the gun.
We want to help you out. Please.
And the shields is to block the view of what's going on with Lindell, not for safety
What can we help you
purposes.
with? Please. Man. I need you to put that down.
Magazine's out. Sir.
Magazine's out.
Put it down. Lindell, put it down, man. Just talk to me. Just talk to me.
Did y'all hear that?
That's it. I'm just asking you to talk with me. Please put it down, Lindell. We are here to help you. What do you need? What can we help you with? Please. Man. I need you to put that down.
Magazine's out. Sir.
Please put it down. Lindell, put it down, man. Just talk to me. Just talk to me. That's it. I'm just asking you to talk with me. I want to be your friend, Lindell. I do. I want to be your friend.
Hey.
I want to help you out with this.
She's with him. We don't know how. Hey, ma'am.
I got it.
I'm a negotiator.
Yeah. Oh, you're negotiating.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Take over, man.
Lindell. Lindell, my name is Mike. Hey. Lindell. Talk to me, man. Lindell, can you please just put the gun down and come talk to me? Lindell. Lindell? Is Fidel or anybody on? No. Lindell. Lindell, my name is Mike. Hey.
wallet.
Okay,
He
Linda.
said, "This is my wallet."
Just drop the gun down, okay?
Drop, man, please. Please just drop it. This is my wallet.
Linda, come.
All right, listen, shut up. Y'all gonna do it with the lights?
Linda.
His name is Kevin. Y'all do care.
He's telling him to call his uncle. He's not. He don't have the gun. He's putting everything down.
Linda. Linda.
That's my uncle name.
Oh.
You go by his son.
Linda.
You go by his son. Nephew. This is my nephew, David.
Who's this other guy?
Yeah, I'm not sure who it is.
Lendell.
Somebody!
Come here, talk to me. What do you want?
Anybody?
What?
Give me your word. You'll look after Lexi for me. Make sure she okay.
You're gonna help
Tell
like
her. I've been battling. I've been fighting.
fighting what?
Trying.
Fighting what?
I've been trying. I've been trying. Because I'm gonna do it.
Liddell,
It don't matter.
it doesn't need to go that way.
See?
Let
Everything I own is yours. Everything. Everything.
Just covering you.
Like,
Oh, you're fine. I got Patty too. I'm alright.
David, if you want, you can do it. I don't give a fuck. The man in the window can do it. God can do it. I don't give a fuck.
Liddell.
Listen, I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to hear, man. I don't want to hear. I don't want no reason. I don't want to try to stop you, man.
Just talk. Just talk to me. All I want to do is talk with you.
I don't care, bro.
All I want to do is talk with you.
At 3017, Lindell's gonna say, "You got a gun, evidence. You shot it twice into the ground, evidence. I'm gonna forward this."
Bro, you sound white, but you sound like you don't understand my pain. You don't understand my pain.
Fingers in the chair.
Can y'all do it? Can you do it?
No. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody
They know he
wants
don't
to
even have
do
a
that.
magazine in the clip.
Because that's not
In the
why
gun.
we're here.
Y'all got immunity. Y'all know y'all do.
No.
Y'all can say, hey,
We want to come and help. You just need to drop the gun. Try,
for my shit.
just come and talk to us. Drop
He
the
told
gun
him I
and
got a
talk.
license.
Nobody wants to go that way.
I'm gonna do it. So can y'all just
No. Nobody wants to do that.
I'm gonna do it then.
Wait a minute, hold on. I don't want to go too far. I think this is Joe.
Feel any reason that we should
He doesn't want you to do this. Come talk to me.
Go to Lexi, bro. Anything I say, you will go to Lexi. Go to Lexi. Go! Go to her! No!
Got someone in the window right here talking to him.
Go to her! Go to her! Go to her, man! Go!
Lindell. Lindell.
Hold on. I think I missed something vital.
Hey,
At 11:50 or 11:44, you hear David, Joe saying, "Go get the other gun."
we want to come and help. You just need to drop the gun. Try, just come and talk to us. Drop the gun and talk. Nobody wants to go that way. No. Nobody wants to do that.
I'm gonna do it then.
No. Just come talk. Put the gun down. Come talk. That's all.
David, are you gonna do it? David, what you doing for me, David?
go get that gun. That's what I'm thinking.
Go get the other gun.
David! I'm gonna fucking do it! I don't need that in front of Raven. I need yes! You trust me?
in the shooting position. We got Cole's got a dog.
It's Lindell or
Lindell. Yeah, Lindell.
Lindell.
I want to say when he said, go get the other gun, this guy is asking them, do they have something less lethal? And they're saying that Cole has a dog.
Lindell. Just talk with me, okay? Just talk with me.
Lindell, you gotta put it down, man.
Put the gun down, come talk with me.
Sorry, my turn. You're good.
Just come talk with me.
Hold on, I think we missed him.
He got back to the head.
Don't do that. Come on. Put the gun down, come talk to me. Just put the gun down, come talk to me. You put the gun down, I'll get everybody else here to start walking away. We'll just talk.
Move out of the way, David.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to. Move!
Nothing illegal about killing.
Move! Move, David! Move!
Lindell. Lindell.
David, move!
Lindell. Lindell. He doesn't want you to do this. Come talk to me.
Go to Lexi, anything I say, you will go to Lexi. Go to Lexi. Go! Go to her! No!
Got someone in the window right here
Go
talking to me.
to her! Go to her! Go to her, man! Go!
Lindell. Lindell. Have you called for anything else? I don't know. Do we have a shooting victim here?
No. This is a suicidal man. Right now, we're doing nothing, at least in my opinion, except helping him kill himself faster with all these guns. In your brief encounter, did you pretend to want to hurt anybody else?
No. He's actually worried about everybody else. He just wants us to do it. He doesn't have the... He's scared to do it himself. He wants us to do it. I think we're just fooled for it.
Okay. Based on your training and experience.
I'm not fully trained.
Okay. You're better than anybody else. Do you feel any reason that we should keep everybody here?
Only containment.
Okay. Daly, do you have a shield? Who's up in front? Barnard? Barnard, get out of here, please.
Lindell. 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 Can you talk with me, please? I only want to help. There's nothing that you've done that's going to get you in trouble. I just want to help. I know you're upset. I just want to help.
You're probably good too.
Everybody here just wants to help you, nothing else. No.
Let them negotiate. One person.
Please, can you just come talk to me? David? David, is that your name? If you talk with me, I can get everybody to start going away. No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
He has a friend, Lexi, back here.
Yep. He's got a friend right next to him, and he's got another one right here in the house that's talking to him. And Lexi seems to feel point, a fuel point. Or what, you know what I mean.
I got you, man. Take a breath. Just keep on talking.
Lindell, please come talk with me. There is nothing that you've done that's wrong. You're not in trouble. We're not here because you're in trouble. We're not here to... We're just here to help. That's all we want to do. We'd feel a lot better if you just put the gun down. Just take it away from your head. That's it. Now, can you talk with me for a second?
I
wish I can get this guy to shut up.
He's telling them right now, I don't want to do this no more. Call my brother. He's basically put everything down, and he's telling them to call somebody. And this is when they're going to shoot him.
We're not coming closer.
Listen, I would never hurt David. David is not in no threat, no harm way. The only person in harm is me. So, David, can I see your phone, please?
How about...
I gotta apologize to him.
Lindell, I've got a phone. I will give you a phone. I will give you a phone.
I am done. I'm done. Done.
He said, I'm done.
Go get Lisa. Tomorrow, fucking place up the street. Go get Lisa. Have her talk to you. I got some of on Facebook. My phone died. I just wanted to talk to her, and there's nothing else. That's
No, Lindell. No. It don't matter.
Rexy, I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Call her now. Man's in the bushes over there. He gonna kill me. I'm gonna get killed either way. So,
I don't think... Lindell, no. It does matter.
At this point, he's saying, he's going to say, you have a gun, evidence. You shot it twice into the ground, evidence. It wasn't him shooting.
Everything matters.
Stop trying to reason.
I just want to talk with you. No.
I tried. I went to therapy. I talked to a therapist. I tried to stay safe. I tried. What part of I tried ain't so understand?
Then we keep trying.
Part of I tried.
I'm not saying you did it. Let's keep trying.
What?
We keep trying.
What part? Ain't neither one of you motherfuckers.
We keep trying.
I tried.
And we try some more.
I said something. I spoke up. I went to fucking counseling. I took out of my time. I took vacation. I took FMLA. I did it all. I tried to save my fucking mental, but I'm done, bro. I told my job I was trying to save face before I offered it. I said something. It put me on antidepressants. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work when you truly feel like this shit is pointless. It's pointless. All this is pointless. Damn it, it's pointless. It's pointless. All this shit. Waking up every fucking day. Every day in your life is pointless. Oh, it's pointless. It's pointless. You're trying to prove anything to anyone. To prove what the fuck you I try to do it for the race. I try to do it for myself. I try to do it for others. I wake up every fucking day. I gave my reason to live for years.
Why the timestamps are different on here, I don't get it. Maybe it's closer than I thought.
I tried. I went to therapy. I talked to a therapist. I tried to stay safe. I tried. What part of I tried ain't y'all understand?
Then we keep trying.
What part of I tried?
I'm not saying you did it. Let's keep trying.
What?
We keep trying.
What part is neither one of you motherfuckers?
We keep trying.
I tried.
And we try some more.
I said something. I spoke up. I went to fucking counseling. I took out of my time. I took vacation. I took FMLA. I did it all. I tried to save my fucking mental, but I'm done, bro. I told my job I was trying to save things before I offered it. I said something. It put me on antidepressants. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work when you truly realize this shit is pointless. It's pointless! All this is pointless! Damn it, it's pointless! It's pointless! All this shit, waking up every fucking day. Every day in your life is pointless, bro. It's pointless. It's pointless. You're trying to prove anything to anyone. Prove what the fuck you is and what you isn't. The point is, I tried. I tried to do it for everyone. I tried to do it for the race. I tried to do it for myself. I tried to do it for others. I wake up every fucking day. I gave my reason to live for years. I'm done. I'm done. So John, nigga gonna kill me. The nigga over there gonna try to kill me. The nigga over there gonna try to kill me. Everybody's gonna try to kill me.
All right, move back.
No, oh, they ain't gonna do it.
Move back.
I might leave my shield with him.
So Nielsen told him to get gone because he's finished shooting. There's a closer view of this same video. From a different body cam.
Yeah, I gave him my shield. You want me to go down with him?
Yeah, we need somebody down
Just
there.
one of you.
Hey, Hillenbrand, come back.
Patty.
Let him go.
Hey, no, just take it.
What we got?
Just relax.
Can't see him now.
All 5 all units reported. MSP on the north side of the structure. Good status. Units on the north side of the structure. All 5 on the north side. Units on the west side, 14.
Can I get my rifle and go up there?
No. We're going to probably continue to pull back because I would like to help the country. Ask the issue, what do we do to help?
Making sure other citizens are safe. As long as he's there, everyone else safe.
Has he shown any interest in hurting anybody else? No. Right now, we are what he's going to.
Okay.
There he said it again. We're gonna be the ones to kill him. I don't know how many times he stated his intention.
been down.
You have to go. Okay.
I can't hear.
All 5 units on scene. Yeah, this is a containment at this point. I'll give this individual ample space. Showing no aggression towards us, no aggression towards anybody else.
I'm gonna loop around back there to that building, just so I have a better line of sight.
At 3017, you should hear Lindell saying something about shooting a gun twice. I don't even know if this is the right video, but I know it's on one of my timestamps.
Huh?
I can't hear. There it is. He was telling them, the guy in the bushes is gonna shoot me. You got a gun, evidence. You shot it twice into the ground, evidence. Here's another view of it after I let this play out. Right now, he's telling them, call my brother Yusuf. That was the gunshot. They shot him in the head while he was requesting a poem.
Where's the firearm? Where's the gun? Is the gun? Somebody have a med bag?
There's nothing exploded out of the side of his head. I'm gonna show you another view of his head. They shot him up here at an angle that came out here.
We need a further. So I have a pulse. It's weak. It's weak. It's fading.
You hold pressure to his head?
Yeah. Where's the entry? Where's the entry?
Right side of his head.
I'm gonna take this
right
out.
Right side of his head.
No, it's at the top.
Okay. I don't see the entry.
You don't see the entry. It's not. It's the exit.
Side of his head.
Okay. Hey, can you do a secondary search? Make sure he just has no other weapons or nothing. Do you have an extra set of med gloves for my man here?
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm good now, though.
Are there scissors in there? I'll cut it.
Back side of this. Back side of this.
Pull red handle to reveal pads. Look at picture.
Yeah, I got you. You're good. Thank you for your help.
All right. Where's the gunshot wound on? Right side of the head. Right side?
Right by his do-rag there.
Adult mode. Remove all clothing from patient's chest.
Ready?
Yep.
Pull red handle to reveal pads. Look at pictures on pads. Apply pads to bare skin exactly as shown in the pictures. Press pads firmly.
We have a
Do
BBM.
not touch patient.
Right here.
Analyze motion detected. Stop motion. Be on top of first hand.
He's holding the entry right here.
Elbows straight.
That's the entry. The exit is bigger than the entry.
Yeah, I got some right there. Right here? Left hand. Your left hand right there?
Push down hard, at least 2 inches.
Should be some gel at the bottom of the pack. In the pack pouch there. There's nothing. None? Alright.
That's up. You want to switch?
You guys want us to transport? Unravel that, throw it over to the monitor.
Remember to push hard.
Alright, okay.
Can we get a pause real quick? Yep. Pause. Where's the, let's go.
Do you want to ID really quick or
No, let's go.
Lean over the patient.
Lindsay, you got this? I'm gonna make a phone call real quick.
When they get him to the hospital, don't nobody know his name. Nobody. Put him down as a dope so they can take his organs.
Alright, we're just going to roll towards you.
They handed me an organ donor sheet of paper for my son's organs.
Roll it back my way. We're going to spin, head is towards the south.
1, 2, 3, lip.
To push hard.
Come on, Brent has it. The straps here. You want to hook up to there?
Once we get over the top, we're going to slide it back. We're going to see how
She just started you.
Ready to go up?
Yeah, can you go down this? Can you go down here so you can make sure? Lift up. If you need me to take over, I can.
Good?
Yeah, it's good. You're good. Riders.
How many you need?
2? You're going with them? All right, I'll meet you down there.
Another point. When do the police take over the EMT's job? Why didn't they just leave? They were going to the hospital to coach the doctors, to put him under a John Doe and to tell him that they didn't know. When they got him in that truck, why did they all pile in? That's the question of the decade.
Huh? Damn it, that's a lot of blood. Yeah.
Do you want I don't
Oh, he got it? He got it?
Why didn't they just let the EMTs do their job?
Yeah. Sure, if he's on the herd. Huh?
You hand me that
Yell to her. Do another 20.
You want to get this air ready?
And then they cut his pants off so they could look at his dick the whole ride there.
Oh, leave it in?
Yep.
His pants didn't need to be cut off of him. These monsters. They're gonna pay. And I promise you, I hope you see what I'm seeing through these videos.
You want me to turn it on?
Give him a couple more seconds here. I just want to make sure it's ready to go.
Yeah, it's ready to go. It just needs to be turned on yet.
Alright.
No, I'm just checking eyes right now.
Man, I wish I had your balance.
And he's laughing. Look at him. These people are sick.
I hope somebody picked up my shield.
Same.
He's breathing on his own and he's still pushing into his chest.
Northbound part about fine right now.
I'm going to give you a little bit more, and then once we get close, I'm going to switch to you.
Okay.
So that when we park, I can jump out the back.
Yeah.
You keep doing it until we get them out, and then I'll take over for you.
Why are they in the EMT? That's I don't get it.
Sounds good. Like what you playing there?
This is you guys see what you do on this bullshit.
Walnut?
Yeah. Pulse check.
Yeah, you ready?
Pulse check.
Still got enough under the 66.
You want to get that monitor in between his legs?
No, we're gonna see.
Remember to push hard.
entrance and exit will not have.
Entrance is on the right side. I never found an exit.
Coach, lead him. The entry is at the top of his head. They know it.
Bring him out.
This next video, you're gonna see them in the hospital.
Coming out.
Push hard.
Okay, sit down. Lisa. Hardwood. Yep. Got it. Thanks.
Everybody at that scene is at that door at Bronson Hospital. Or they didn't leave when they were told to leave. They seen it.
Do you have a name? Date of birth? No.
Coming out.
She said anybody know his name. Everybody got dumb real fast.
Push hard.
Okay, sit down. Lisa. Hardwood. Yep. Got it. Thanks. Coming down. You want to ride the rail?
Do you have a name? Date of birth? No. I'll just do it for now.
Hey, make him a doe for right now. Yeah, just make him a doe. We'll get a name.
Put him under a dough. Yeah, just throw him under there. Everybody knew his name. They called it over 1 million times.
Hey, Collier.
Yeah.
You guys all good?
Yeah, we're good.
What was the vibe? Is their family coming down or anything?
I don't know.
This is another police report from Joe Daly. Nothing's on here. No, that's not it. That's the name they put him under in the hospital. Dojo. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what they did. Bradley Spillbender. Police report on 12/12/21 at approximately 12/1400 hours, I responded to 4018 West Michigan suicidal subject with firearm during this incident. I provide cover while officers attempted to negotiate with Lindell. I drew my department-issued pistol and pointed it at Lindell. That's policy, that's procedure.
That doesn't have to be what happened.
Whatever you choose.
Lindell, no one
Either
has
I
to
do
do it.
it or you do it.
Nick, you need to bring up the shield, please.
Sir, back up. Sir,
Someone
back up.
Back him up.
Okay, does anyone know his name? What's his name? Nope.
His name is Lindell.
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 Hey, Lindell, can you hear me? Hey, Lindell.
Wait a minute. This
Lindell,
isn't the,
man, I need to talk to you.
this isn't the one I wanted to show.
We're gonna get through this together.
Austin Collier is the next one. Okay.
Ms. Grissom, thank you, and we are back in session at 8:31, so please go ahead.
This next one is Austin Collier. Austin Collier is leading the other cops on what side of the head Lindell supposedly has shot himself on. And it's evident that they pointed to the top of his head. In the next video, you'll hear the cop Bradley Splendor say, at 1927, Lindell released the magazine. At the end of the video, you'll hear Lindell, "You shot at me twice, grass evidence." You heard it from one video. I don't know if it was clear. Also, you hear Lindell saying, "I'm done, call my mother." He just said, "Call Yusuf," then they shot him in the top of his head. And I still am clueless as to why do cops take over the EMT's job. Every incident that I've ever seen, once the EMTs arrive, the cops fall back. They rode to the hospital so they can coach the cops. At the end of Nielsen's video, which I didn't get to, he said Bronson's gonna be on lockdown. Why was Bronson gonna be on lockdown? Because he know people in that hospital, and they falsify reports there. They pumped my son full of morphine and fentanyl because he did not die off. I told them to take him off life support because they were gagging him. When I got to the hospital, I witnessed myself, my son laying in the bed with tubes down his throat. And when the doctor said, "Your son shot himself in the head," my son lifted his head off that bed and did this. And he was like, "Oh, that's just a brain reaction." I told them, take those tubes out of my son's throat and transfer him to another hospital. They refused. They doped him up with so much morphine and fentanyl that they basically killed him off within 24 hours. This is Austin Collier's and somebody else's, Nathan Russell. I don't even know who this person is. My screen go blurry, I don't know why. Let me pull this up from a different angle. Anyway, I'm just gonna show this video because I can't really see that. This is an image of the left side of Lindell's head. There's no exit there. It's just nothing. If he shot himself, there would have been something here. It's not. What is this? Oh yeah, they was in a liquor store or something.
You can keep watching. Back here now.
From County on Channel, currently cutting off traffic. From County on Channel.
He's on the top of the hill in the parking garage, and Lindell's down in the dip.
Get back here now. Sir.
The guy in this video is supposed to have been a witness.
Sir, I need you back here now.
The boy that he's telling to come back is Donson McCann. Donson McCann's interview mysteriously came up missing. But they have Alexis and David's interview, but not Donson's.
Sir, in the brown hat. Hey, you. Get back here now. I need you safe, okay? You in the brown hat, can you please step over here? I just want you to be safe. You can keep watching. Sir. Sir, can you just look at me? Can you at least step behind the vehicle, sir? Sir, I don't want you to get hurt, okay? Can you please step behind the vehicle here so that I can make sure you're safe? Hey, my name's Austin. I don't want to see you get hurt, man. I want you to be safe just like I want everybody else to be safe, okay? Can you please come stand behind the vehicle? You can still watch. I'd just feel better if you were safer behind the vehicle. Can you do that for me? Can we please do that? I know you're concerned for whoever that is. I don't know if you know them, but I want to make sure that you're safe too, okay? I don't know where this situation is. I know. Can you please get behind the vehicle, sir? I understand that you already talked to somebody. I understand that, but I need you to be safe. Can you please come over here? You want to just keep watching, make sure nobody else is coming up close. We just don't want any other people walking in here. Appreciate it. Sir, can you please come over here by the car? Please. Do you know who this is? Okay. Can you please step behind that black car? I appreciate that. Okay? Can you just stand behind the car? Thank you. I feel a lot better with you back there, okay? Do you know him? Okay. What's going on? He drank too much? Is he hurting in any other way? He's suicidal? Okay.
I can't hear anything he's saying.
Would you be willing to walk a couple vehicles back so that you don't get hurt? Stay there. Stay behind the car, okay? Please. Yeah, I know. We're trying our best to end this in a peaceful manner. Yeah, I know. It's sad. I need you to stay here, okay?
At 47:30, you'll have a clear audio of Lindell saying that they shot at him twice. Yet they accused him as the one shooting off the weapon. It was clear, he said.
Don't go over there. I can't.
Magazine
Okay.
was out of the gun.
Yes, David.
What's your name, man? What's your first name? Donson. Can you please get behind the car? I don't want to see you get hurt, okay? I know. I don't want to see anybody either. But I know. But I'm right here with you, and you're my responsibility right now, okay? And I can't let you get hurt.
Yet they say no one's in any danger.
Okay? Yeah. I understand that you want to, but I can't let you over there for your safety, okay? I don't see right now a way that that's possible, okay? So how'd you meet him? You said you met him today. How'd you meet him?
We was all going out to the bar. He was
A friend of a friend? Okay.
He was nice. And he did it.
They too.
I don't know if they went today, honestly.
Hey, you need to stay here, okay? He's not in a good state of mind right now, and I don't want anybody getting closer. It's going to scare him, okay? Can you please get behind the car? Can you get behind the car? If he can see you, then he could hurt you, okay? I'm not saying I think he's going to do that. I'm saying that if it happens, I can't control what's going to happen right now.
Honestly, I think that's just a person.
Hey, stop creeping over there. I'm being real with you, okay? Get back over here in the parking lot. I know you want to know what's going on. Stay over here, man.
They shot at him.
Get behind the car. Get behind the car now, okay?
It's just a little clearer. That's why he's saying, do it, do it.
Twelve, 14. What'd you say?
Is that Kevlar or something?
Yes, it's a shield. Can you please get behind me? He just shot into the grass, okay? He doesn't know. I know he doesn't know what he's doing or what.
He said that's not him. That's the cop.
I don't want you to get one when he's not trying to get you one, okay? Can you please get behind the car? Yes. Can you
There
give
go the
me a
horns.
little bit of room, though? Sorry, I trust you. I really do. I just have to be careful, okay? It's part of my job. I'd feel even better if you got behind the engine block of that car. Do you know how engine blocks of cars stop bullets? Okay. They're thick. I'd feel a lot better if you were behind that car.
5406. You should hear it clear.
I've already asked you this, but is there any way I can get you to just back up both of us even more? I know I've already asked you this. I'd feel a lot... No, man. I'm not leaving you, okay? I'd feel a lot better if both of us were safer a little bit further away.
He was in the process of asking for a phone call when the shot went off.
Get back. Get back. Get the gun away.
Right there. Somebody have a med bag? Med bag?
Let's ring the aid.
So have a pulse. It's weak. Okay. It's weak. It's fading.
You hold pressure to his head?
Yeah. Where's the entry? Where's the entry?
Right side of his head.
I'm gonna take this
right
out.
side of his head. All right, I'm starting CPR.
Okay. I don't see the entry.
Right side of his head.
Okay.
Lead it.
Hey, can you do a secondary search? Make sure it just has no other weapons or nothing.
Back side of the.
Adult mode. Pads. Look at pictures on pads. Apply pads to bare skin exactly as shown in the pictures. Press pads firmly.
We have a
Do
BDM.
not touch patient.
Right here.
Analyze motion detected. Stop motion.
Could that cruiser maybe bring some steam lights so we can see?
Analyzing target. The heel of one hand should be in center of chest. The other hand should be on top of first hand. Push down
The long gun stuff is
Keep straight.
And
Use body weight
get
to
the air
push.
going. Get a nasal.
You said you want a NPA?
Yeah, I got some right there.
Right here?
Left hand, left hand, left hand.
Left
Your
hand?
left hand right there. Maybe some gel out of the pack. On the back post there.
There's nothing.
Unravel that.
Ms. Grisham?
Yep, pause.
Have we already seen this tape?
No, this is from a different angle. This is a different body camera
It's the same tape that we've seen previously.
from a different person, different angle.
Which- I only raised the point because I think the whole panel has seen this before. It might be from a different angle.
Yeah, but I get
the-
what you're saying.
The information hasn't changed.
No,
Nor
it
has
hasn't.
nor
I
have you
just-
changed the narrative, so that's the only reason I bring it up.
I want you all to be clear about the information. If I had to watch it from different angles, and I shouldn't have had to look through these tapes. My point. Lindell has a voice. He said it. Y'all shooting into the grass. They're lying on these reports, and it's unethical, unconstitutional, illegal that I was made to watch this stuff. This isn't your child, I know. It's mine. Why is it that I had to dig through these videos? There's still more video. I want to be clear that they use those shields to block the cameras. That should be addressed. They lied on reports. They all said they witnessed Lindell shoot himself. All of them lied on these reports. I had to comb through this stuff and go through my own mental anguish. My other children had to go through it. And y'all are listening to it, but you don't want to keep seeing it from the different angles that I had to watch it in order to provide you this information. I get it. Y'all want to go home. I didn't want to be here in the first place. I didn't want to be here. I was hoping they did their job.
Ms. Grisham,
I was just hoping.
please direct your comments to the
I
board.
was hoping the police did their job.
Ms. Grisham, please direct your comments.
My comments is directed
And not
right
to,
here.
and not to KPS. And your point is well taken that it's from a different angle. but,
Okay, so here are the other tapes and the videos that I had to watch, endure, comb through. The lies that they told, the witnesses that they paid off, the hospital that they had on lockdown. Tried to hide my son's body for his organs. All of this because somebody was in mental anguish. I looked through my son's wallet, and he did have some cards in here for counseling, Summit Point. I want to make that clear. They knew he had been drinking. They surrounded him intentionally. They used his wording to kill him. It was clear he was going through mental anguish. It was clear. They knew it. Well, I still don't know what the policies and procedures are of when someone gets killed surrounded by the Department of Public Safety. I just want you all to take that into account because there's still more FOIA that I have to view. There's still more things that I have to go through. I found out Grand Rapids was there. Why so many people? There was not a body. Nobody was shot. Everybody was in agreement with, no, we don't want to shoot him. Nielsen should be behind bars right now. All the people who witnessed it went to the hospital. I'm just devastated. I'm devastated for the simple fact that I'm not even all the way together as far as trying to say leveled at this point. I feel like Clyde Robinson put this stuff together for my son to die, to cover for the police officers. Why was Clyde Robinson there? It's just that why did the city attorney have to intervene? This is my son in the hospital, tube shoved down his throat to gag him. Why is it that when I called the city attorney, he ignored all my calls, everything? I'm hoping that you all reopen this and get an outside investigator to comb through this stuff because I'm tired. I'm tired. I've tried my best to put this stuff together. It's all over the place. It is. It is. I have the 911 dispatcher's report that is this thick. All of these are officers that responded to the scene. There are at least 40 pages with over 100 officers on these things. Why? Why did they lock him in? Y'all should take that into consideration. Why did they ride to the hospital and go in there and say, when they asked his name? That part. Why did they say put him under a John Doe? Had he shot himself, it wouldn't have went that way. I would have had it clear cut. Why? Those are the question marks that's lingering over my head right now. That why did, since when does the police ride to the hospital and do the EMS's job? I've never seen that happen ever in my life. And I've rode in the EMS. I had car accidents where cops was helping. They didn't hop in and take over. I just am asking you all to take that all into consideration. There were so many people there. There were people in the bushes. Lindell was clearly not in his right state of mind. He was clearly out of his mind. He was calm in the beginning. If you looked at the one, he was sitting on the grass. They aggravated him to the point where he was like, what is all of this? What is this? He was asking those questions. I'm his voice because he don't have one anymore. And these things don't make sense to me. They don't. So I'm praying, hoping, and I did contact the FBI. I contacted the Justice Department. I've contacted the Civil Rights Division. I've contacted LARA, Licensing and Regulatory Affairs. I've contacted all these people who should have contacted Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety. All of this stuff is documented. Everybody is telling me, wait, wait, wait. The lady from Grand Rapids told me to mention to you all that she's going to look through her tapes because they could have gone to their officers to shoot them. I'm not sure.
Yep. Well, I simply want to thank you for providing us with thorough, thoughtful information. And at this,
I can't take no more rejection.
thank you. At this time, I would ask the board if you have questions for Ms. Grisham. Any board questions for Ms. Grisham?
Y'all don't have no questions.
I don't.
Huh?
Really did a good job.
Because I can't be told that these people are justified for doing this. This has to be illegal.
Ms. Grisham, I have one question for you. Are you aware that KDPS did not destroy the gun?
No, I'm not.
It was not destroyed.
How do they know? How do you know? They never gave it to me. They never gave me any proof other than images.
It is still possessed by the department. And so I just wanted to make sure you understood that that weapon has not been destroyed. Okay?
What about the gun? They said, go get the other gun. How do y'all know they have the right gun?
Well, I'm not going to engage in a back
I'm
and
just
forth.
asking
I
because you
understand.
said, am I aware?
I understand, but I'm not going to engage
Destroy the weapon.
in a back and forth on that. But the information that we have is that that gun has not been destroyed. Okay?
Yeah, that's the information they gave me, but the police report said it was destroyed.
Okay. Right.
That's the only thing I want to mention because my trust level is
Sure.
at zero.
Zero. I understand. Thank you so much. And we will now hear from the Kalamazoo Department of Public
Okay.
Safety.
Let's
Thank you,
hear it.
Ms. Grisham. Appreciate it.
And I also wanted to mention this is the table where my son put all of his items. He said, there's my wallet. He released the clip. He put all his stuff on the table and he still lost his life. These are some more images from the scene. And there's one more video that I didn't show that when his body dropped on the ground and he ran to him, the firearm was nowhere near him, nowhere, because it was on the table.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it.
I just don't want to be rushed because I'm still looking into this.
I understand.
It's not fair.
We will now hear the investigative report.
Good evening. I'm Captain Danielle Giles. On December 12th, 2021, KDPS officers responded to a call of shots fired at Hunters Ridge Apartments, which is located in the 4000 block of West Michigan. During the incident, Mr. Lindell Grisham tragically shot himself once in the head. He later succumbed to his injuries 2 days later on December 14th, 2021 at Bronson Hospital. On December 13th, 2021, Ms. Grisham filed a Freedom of Information Act FOIA request with the KDPS Records Division. The Freedom of Information Act allows citizens to request access to public law enforcement records. Examples of records can include police reports, photographs, and camera footage. To briefly explain the FOIA process, a person can make a FOIA request with KDPS. KDPS then gathers the requested information and it is sent to the City Attorney's Office for review and redactions. The City Attorney's Office is responsible for deciding what, if anything, will be released. After that decision is made, the information is sent back to KDPS for release. Over the course of approximately 1 month, the Records Division and Captain Chris Franks from the Service Division assisted with the FOIA request and had contact with Ms. Grisham. After repeated contacts with Ms. Grisham, the request transitioned to a Police Citizen Relations, PCR complaint, and was forwarded to the Office of Professional Standards. The complaint was assigned to me on February 7, 2022. In the following months, I had numerous contacts with Ms. Grisham, to include via phone, email, and in person. In the contacts, multiple allegations were made, and after a review of all allegations, I compiled them into 2 primary allegation areas. The first allegation was that KDPS officers murdered Lindell Grisham on December 12, 2021. Relating to this allegation, Ms. Grisham believed that KDPS officers shot and killed her son, specifically that we climbed on top of carports and sniped her son. She believes that the entry and exit wounds on Lindell, as well as his hoodie, show that he did not shoot himself. She believes that KDPS replaced the gun used during the incident. At various times, she's made statements that Sergeant Killa, Lieutenant Nielsen, and PSO Hillenbrand should all be considered persons of interest and that they killed her son. She believes that KDPS activated a tactical team, that the negotiator was not trained, and that officers failed to de-escalate the incident. Allegation 2 was that KDPS officers did not complete a thorough investigation of the incident after it occurred. Relating to this allegation, she believes that detectives failed to investigate the homicide of her son as opposed to a suicide. Ms. Grisham believes that officers are covering up the truth and wants the Attorney General's office to conduct an investigation into Lindell's death. She believes that police reports completed are fraudulent and that the videos showing the incident were altered or distorted. Ms. Grisham does want the firearm used in this incident released to her, as she believes that releasing the firearm will prove that Lindell did not kill himself. She also had expressed concerns about the length of time for the FOIA request to be completed and believes that the medical examiner's office lied in their reports. Each of those allegations was investigated thoroughly. To provide context, on December 12, 21, KDPS officers were dispatched to a shots fired incident in a highly populated apartment complex where it was reported that a subject was down on the ground. Several officers immediately responded and deployed firearms for officer safety, believing that there was a possible shooting. On scene, officers encountered Mr. Lindell Grisham, who was armed with a handgun and who was threatening his own life. It was reported by witnesses that Lindell was intoxicated and that he had shown a propensity for violence by shooting around from the handgun into the air. Lieutenant Nielsen arrived on scene shortly thereafter and took incident command. Recognizing that Lindell was likely experiencing a mental health crisis and attempting to de-escalate, he started to make tactical decisions and cleared non-essential personnel from the scene, prioritizing safety appropriately. Officers attempted verbal de-escalation tactics, however, their efforts were largely unsuccessful. A trained negotiator, who is a Kalamazoo County deputy from the Kalamazoo Metro Special Weapons and Tactics Team, the KM SWAT team, responded to the scene and made contact with Lindell. Appropriate medical staff was requested to stand by in the area as officers attempted to safely mitigate the incident. A tactical team, as alleged by Ms. Grisham, did not respond to the scene. While officers had contact with Lindell, he made comments such as "kill me now," indicating his possible intent to commit suicide by cop. This phrase is often used to describe a suicide manner in which a suicidal individual deliberately behaves in a threatening manner with intent to provoke a lethal response from law enforcement. This intent was further evidenced on scene when Lindell fired his weapon into the ground while surrounded by police officers. Officers demonstrated disciplined tactics and training in their response to Lindell's actions and fired no shots on scene. Had they, our well-defined officer-involved shooting protocols would have immediately been put into effect. Tragically, after officers attempted to help peacefully resolve this incident, Lindell shot himself once in the head, immediately falling to the ground. Trying to save Lindell's life, officers immediately moved in to render medical attention and worked tirelessly to provide life-sustaining treatment to Lindell. He was quickly transported to Bronson Hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries. For visual clarity, this map depicts where units were deployed during this incident and their purpose. The blue star represents the command post where Lieutenant Nielsen and additional KDPS officers were staged. The green square is where Mr. Grisham was standing. The red circle depicts Life EMS, who was staged out on Imogene Drive. Team 1, demonstrated by a 1, is staged out of sight on the north side of the building to protect the public. Their role was to contact Mr. Grisham, who again was armed with a firearm, if he attempted to enter the building through the north doors. Team 2 was staged on the southwest side of the building and had a KCSD negotiator with them. Their role was to make verbal contact with Mr. Grisham. They were also responsible for protecting the public if Mr. Grisham attempted to enter the building through the south doors. This group had a shield with them at the corner of the building, and officers later stacked behind the shield and were mostly hidden from the sight of Lindell. Position 3 was staged to the west of the building by the carports to protect the public. Their role was to contact Mr. Grisham if he chose to flee to the west. A friend of Lindell's was also in this area, which you guys could observe on the video that was just shown. The Office of Professional Standards reviewed all of the police reports related to this incident. In the reports, seven different officers, including patrol officers, engine operators, and a KCSD deputy, all provided firsthand statements attesting that they personally witnessed Lindell shoot himself. Additionally, Detective Paul spoke to 2 civilian witnesses who were on scene. They also noted that they observed Lindell shoot himself. During my investigation, I also made contact with a 3rd civilian witness who advised that he personally witnessed Mr. Grisham shoot himself. The witness I spoke to lived directly beside the incident location and had tried speaking with Lindell on scene. The witness described Mr. Grisham as being upset and emotional. He said that he was jittery and walking in circles. The witness believed that Mr. Grisham was upset about something that had occurred with a girl and was indicating that suicide was the only way out. The witness said that Mr. Grisham had a gun and held it up to his head about 5 or 6 times while officers and the witnesses spoke with him. Later, the witness observed Mr. Grisham fire a shot into the ground with his firearm. He said that no officers returned fire at Mr. Grisham. He actually commended officers for their restraint, saying that they showed a lot of it when Mr. Grisham fired his weapon. He also noted that there were times when Mr. Grisham pointed the firearm in the direction of officers for a moment and that officers did not fire. The witness advised that officers did the best that they could do to help Mr. Grisham and that they were very well trained. The witness confirmed that no one other than Mr. Grisham fired a shot that night and that there was no police involvement in the shooting. Due to the sensitive nature of this incident, the Office of Professional Standards will not show any videos during this public hearing. However, a copy of applicable camera footage was provided to Ms. Vargas for viewing by the board during closed deliberations if you guys desire to watch them. Screenshots that also provide clarity were included in my investigative report on pages 11 through 15 if you need to refer to those. To highlight key areas that were observed on video, In-car audio captured dispatch reporting receiving multiple calls of shots fired and someone being on the ground. Officers arrive on scene around 2:22 and a female is observed on the ground. She is screaming and distraught and a male subject appears to be tending to her. The male reports that the female is not hurt. It is quickly learned that another male is sitting nearby, armed with a firearm. The male, who is later identified as Lindell Grisham, appears to have a gun in his right hand, and it's verbalized that he has a gun to his head. The sergeant requests a crisis intervention CIT-trained officer, and verbal communication is started. As officers make contact, it is seen that Lindell is upset, and at times he walks around, bouncing the firearm off his leg. Lindell sometimes holds the gun to his head while officers attempt to speak with him. Officers' body-worn cameras do not provide a clear view of the incident as they are behind cover, but verbal communications can be clearly heard. Lindell sounds distraught and is sometimes yelling. He can clearly be heard making statements such as, either I do it or you do it. I'm done, and I don't give a fuck about seeing tomorrow. Lindell also pleads with officers to shoot him, asking, please just shoot me. I'm asking you to. Can you just shoot me and get it over with? He also says that officers have immunity to shoot him and that they'll get 2 weeks of vacation, and he mentions suicide by cop. Officers in turn plead with Lindell to put the gun down, saying that they're trying to help and to not do it, and that they do not want him to die. When Lieutenant Nielsen arrives on scene, he takes tactical command. Several tactical decisions are made, such as staging a canine officer in the area, clearing officers who are not yet on scene, and having rescue units staged in the area. After confirming that it's a suicidal subject and that no one was shot, he verbalizes that he doesn't want to overwhelm Lindell with 30 officers. He says that KDPS is doing nothing but helping to kill Lindell faster with all the guns out, and therefore starts clearing officers from the scene in an effort to de-escalate the situation. He ensures that officers recognize their role as containment only and says to give Lindell ample space. A KCSD deputy arrives on scene and identifies himself as a negotiator, as we saw in the video. He later verbalizes that he's not fully trained. He is directed to take over communications with Lindell. At 2:46, a single shot is heard, and Lieutenant Nielsen checks the status of officers. It's verbalized that Lindell shot a single round into the grass. At 2:54, a second shot is heard, and there's radio traffic to bring life, which is EMS, in, and Rescue 6 personnel are directed in. The only camera footage that shows Lindell shooting himself is from a vehicle dash camera, which is parked far away. The video shows Lindell bring the firearm to the right side of his head at 2:54. A shot can be heard, and Lindell immediately falls to the ground. Officers move in, and medical aid is given. Upon moving in, Lindell's firearm can be seen by his feet. Officers move the firearm further away from Lindell for officer safety, and it's verbalized that he had shot himself in the head. PSO Hillenbrand moves in with other officers and bends down in the video. However, you can't see what he grabs. However, moments later, he verbalizes that he's going to throw the item that he picked up in his car, and the video shows him carrying a gun as he walks back to the vehicle. PSO Hillenbrand clears the gun on his front passenger seat to make it safe. The gun is a pistol, silver over black. The Office of Professional Standards also reviewed additional evidence relative to this case. First, the firearm seized on scene was NIBIN tested. NIBIN refers to the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. NIBIN is an interstate automated ballistic imaging network. The network enables investigators to match ballistic evidence with other cases across the nation and can reveal previously hidden connections between violent crimes in different states and different jurisdictions. The network provides law enforcement agencies with actionable leads in a timely manner. As part of this process, a test fire was conducted on the seized firearm, and the ejected casing was entered into the brass track system, which is the imaging system connected to NIBIN. An ejected casing recovered from the scene was also entered into the system, and ballistic imaging from the two casings was then compared through the network. A NIBIN investigative lead notification was received regarding the two entered casings. The lead showed that the casing recovered on scene was connected to the casing that was test fired from Lindell's gun. A microscopic comparison to confirm the lead was not conducted, as this is not an open case and it will not be used in court. Second, it was alleged that officers switched out or replaced Lindell's gun on scene and that the firearm seized was not Lindell's. This is not correct. PSO Hillenbrand clearly documented in his police report the chain of custody for the firearm, as well as the make, model, and serial number of the firearm. Screenshots provided in page 14 and 15 of my report also depict the chain of custody for the firearm. Photographs were taken of the same firearm, which was reviewed during my investigation. The Office of Professional Standards personally verified through lien that the photographed firearm seized on scene was registered to Mr. Lindell Grisham. Last, Ms. Grisham believes that the entry and exit wounds on Lindell's head proved that he did not shoot himself. Based on the allegation, the Office of Professional Standards had to defer to the Kalamazoo County Medical Examiner's Office and their expertise in this area. The role of the Medical Examiner's Office is to determine the cause and manner of death of all deaths occurring in Kalamazoo County. The Medical Examiner's Office determined through their investigation that Lindell's death was a suicide from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Additionally, the Medical Examiner's Office elected not to conduct an autopsy, noting that they determined that an autopsy would not be necessary to determine the cause and manner of death. During my investigation, the Kalamazoo Metro SWAT hostage negotiation team was asked to provide context to claims that the negotiator was not trained. It should again be noted that the negotiator on scene is not a KDPS employee. However, the Office of Professional Standards found it important to address this allegation due to its seriousness. Kalamazoo County has 10 trained negotiators who are embedded with and often deploy with the KM SWAT team. The team consists of officers from multiple Kalamazoo County police agencies. The on-scene negotiator had been on the team since 2020. He is trained through the FBI as a hostage crisis negotiator and is trained in crisis intervention training. He was trained in both of these when this incident occurred. The comment made on scene about not being fully trained referred to new team members not yet attending a local training session at Griffin Place. During this incident, the Griffin Place training session was being vetted by the negotiation team as the original program had been changed. Negotiation team members do not currently attend this training, so therefore the negotiator was properly trained. KDPS was fortunate to have a negotiator on scene during this incident, as they do have more specialized training than a regular patrol officer. However, had a negotiator not been available, KDPS officers are highly capable of handling similar calls for service, and they do so daily. Police officers deal with subjects in crisis every single day. Officers learn to adapt quickly and to use numerous techniques to build rapport in an effort to safely mitigate critical incidents. To better prepare for these situations, KDPS continues to train our officers in crisis intervention training, which is a specialized police mental health collaborative program that helps guide interactions between the police and those who are in crisis. During the investigation, Ms. Grisham expressed concern about the quality of videos provided in response to the FOIA request. As you all know, KDPS officers wear body-worn cameras, and our patrol vehicles are equipped with dash cameras. While camera footage can provide additional context and clarity to an event, there are limitations to their effectiveness, especially in rapidly evolving and dynamic situations. The review and use of camera footage is not intended to replace witness testimony, forensics, officer statements, or any objective facet of an investigation. While contacting Lindell, officers were oftentimes positioned behind cover for their protection, as he was armed with a firearm. As such, their body-worn cameras provided an imperfect view of the events that unfolded. This is not something that KDPS could control. Through the investigation, Ms. Grisham expressed frustration over the FOIA process to include timelines, the content of videos, and the associated cost. Ms. Grisham did not pay her deposit on her initial FOIA request until February 9th, 2022, which did cause a delay in its completion. Additionally, KDPS staff attempted to assist Ms. Grisham throughout the investigation with FOIA requests, but were often met with hostility and accusations. For example, Ms. Grisham asked for videos for officers that were not KDPS employees. When I advised her that they were not KDPS employees, I was accused of lying. As part of the FOIA process, certain information, such as lien and medical information, must be legally redacted from videos before they can be released to the public. Ms. Grisham specifically wanted an unredacted copy of the video that showed Lindell's injuries. An unredacted video was released after she completed a FOIA appeal that went to the city attorney and Kalamazoo City Mayor's office. In close, the Office of Professional Standards reviewed many areas of this incident in relation to Ms. Grisham's allegation. It is important to firmly note that Lindell Grisham's death was a tragic event for all involved, and KDPS empathizes with the grief of Lindell's family and friends, as well as the involved officers. It is equally important to note, however, that KDPS officers were in no way responsible for his death. The Office of Professional Standards recommended Allegation 1 be closed unfounded, meaning that it did not occur, as officers did not shoot Lindell. Instead, they worked tirelessly trying to save his life. To accuse the officers of murder is to do a disservice to the men and women who serve this community. The Chief of Public Safety agreed with an unfounded disposition. After looking at multiple facets of Ms. Grisham's allegations, the Office of Professional Standards recommended that Allegation 2 be closed exonerated, meaning that the officer's actions complied with policy and the law. As noted previously, this incident was witnessed by multiple officers and civilians. The case was then forwarded to the Detectives Division, whose role is to determine what, if any, follow-up is needed. The assigned detective coordinated with the medical examiner's office about their decision to conduct an autopsy, made contact with Lindell's next of kin, and completed a release for Lindell's property. After conducting follow-up, the case was closed appropriately. Suicide investigations are handled internally as a matter of practice. Had this been an officer-involved shooting, the Michigan State Police would have been called in to investigate. This did not occur for Lindell's death, as it was not an officer-involved shooting incident. The Chief of Public Safety agreed with an exonerated disposition. This is a question that was directed by Ms. Grisham during her hearing, but the question was, why were the police involved in the medical care? And I can't answer that. As you guys know, Kalamazoo public safety officers are cross-trained as police officers, firefighters, and medical first responders. Our model is pretty unique, not only to Michigan, but to the country. And our role as medical first responders is to provide additional medical support to medical personnel on scene. So that is why we did provide those additional services. Do you guys have any questions? That ends my presentation.
I have one question, and it's the cost of the videos. Is that because you have to go in and redact? Is that why the cost runs up so much? Because I saw in that you're charging 50% of the hours, and the hours ran like 40 hours, 38 hours to get the videos up.
So the original FOIA request that came in was for all videos, all audio and video of this incident. As you guys could see from the few videos that were shown, there were... Can you hear me? Sorry, okay. And officers were on scene for a long period of time. So somebody is required to physically watch all of those videos, make the redactions, so the cost that is approved through the Freedom of Information Act is essentially the cost that it takes somebody to do those redactions into filling the FOIA request. The city can waive or reduce a fee associated with the request if the city determines that public interest of the information is considered primary benefiting the general public. And the city can waive the first $20 of a processing fee if you submit an affidavit stating that you're indigent. Ms. Grisham did receive a lot of these videos for free, if not all. I'm not certain if she ended up paying. The original quote, though, is just that. It's a quote based off of, hey, we have 20 videos. This is how long we think it's going to take. And a person is expected to pay half of that. And the reason for that is if it ends up being a lower cost, if the cost is lower, we just refund that money. If it's higher, then we get that additional payment. But it's really hard on the front end knowing how long something's going to take because we haven't yet watched those videos. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The question arose about why police officers were in on the EMS ride there. Can you explain that?
Yes, so Kalamazoo Public Safety Officers, every single one of us are medical first responders, and we are trained to perform medical care for citizens of Kalamazoo. So especially in this case, it was extremely vital because that Life EMS crew, I don't know if you noticed, only had 2 personnel. So to be able to perform CPR and give life-saving measures would be near impossible without extra personnel, which is what we were able to do on scene.
Just one more. You said that the gun was registered to Lindell. Where is that gun now and what will happen to it?
The gun was originally set to be destroyed. That is per our policy. And thank you for bringing that up, Chairman Payne. However, and that's why Detective Cole, when she initially did her report, said this is the plan. Per policy, it will be destroyed. However, shortly thereafter, allegations were made that we murdered somebody, and that's a very serious allegation. So we contacted our evidence room and said, we are not destroying that firearm. So it is still held in our evidence room, and it will stay in our evidence room, just due to the seriousness of allegations that were made during this incident.
What caliber was the handgun?
You're going to test me on that one. I don't recall right off that, but it is in my investigative report.
I believe it was 9mm, I think.
You are probably correct. I apologize. I don't have that. I can look if you'd like. I have my report with me.
Fine.
Okay.
So was the bullet recovered?
We recovered 2 casings. When you say
When he shot himself, was the bullet recovered?
I apologize because I don't understand what you're asking. So when a firearm is discharged, the casing ejects. We did recover the casings.
Understand.
A bullet that went into Mr. Grisham was not recovered because they did not do an autopsy on him.
Okay, that was my
Is that
question.
your question? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because she had paid for an autopsy.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Because
you.
she had paid for an autopsy from somewhere else.
Yes, she can privately exhume the body and have an autopsy done. The medical examiner's office opted not to do one when this originally occurred. The conversation that she had, or Ms. Grisham had with the medical examiner's office, there's two sides of that conversation. I wasn't there for it, and again, that's not our agency, so I don't know what was said or what wasn't said. It wasn't in the scope of our investigation. But an autopsy was not conducted based off of the authority of the medical examiner's office.
Also, that policeman didn't have gloves on when he was doing CPR.
I'll get after him.
Yeah, get after him.
Universal precaution, so it's just a safety measure.
The gun and the casings, there were 8 rounds found in the clip and 1 round found in the chamber. Is that correct? For a total of 9 rounds?
I believe so. I would have to review my report, though.
And that clip holds how many rounds?
I believe 14.
14 rounds. And there were 2 shell casings found at the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. So that would account for, there was capacity for the gun to be fired 3 times, 1 in the air and 2 in the ground.
That is correct.
And plus the fatal round.
There was 1 in the ground, 1 in the air, and the fatal round.
3.
3.
There weren't 2 in the ground.
There were not 2 in the ground.
Okay.
I'll rephrase. There was 1 shot into the ground while we were there that we personally witnessed. There was 1 shot that it was reported occurred prior to us getting there, and I believe that the witness statements were conflicting on that one. I believe 1 said it was in the air and 1 said it was in the ground.
Okay.
While we were there, only 1 shot was fired into the ground, and then a second one to himself.
Was Lindell sitting, crouched, or standing when the fatal shot was delivered?
He was standing.
He was standing.
Correct.
There was 1 long rifle on scene, and it was only on scene briefly. Is that correct? It was pulled back.
There were, I would dare say there was probably more than one long rifle on scene, but I don't know that for certain. And that was part of the decision, as you heard, that we're get the long guns out of here, because again, we didn't want to escalate that situation even further. We could recognize that Lindell was in distress, but we also have an obligation to protect the public. So a lot of the conversation that Lieutenant Nielsen's actually verbalizing out loud is kind of doing that risk versus reward. What happens if we leave? What happens if we stay? And making sure that we're prioritizing the public safety, but also trying not to make it worse. And sometimes for critical incidents, us leaving is truly the safest thing. But again, we're in a highly populated apartment complex. There's civilians around, there's friends around, there's people around. So I don't think we realistically or reasonably could have made that decision to walk away at that point.
While the officers were administering, trying to save Lindell's life, did they notice an exit wound while they were bandaging his head, trying to save?
I don't recall if that was documented in police reports. When I personally observed the videos, I didn't notice it, but again, it's really hard to notice certain things from a video, and I don't recall if I read that or not.
So there was no exit wound documented?
I don't believe so, no.
Did the hospital take an x-ray of Lindell's head?
I have no idea. That was not in the scope of my investigation.
The bullet was never retrieved then?
That is correct.
I'm trying to determine if these bullets are hollow points or, they look solid. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know either. I never pulled that evidence out of our evidence room. I only reviewed the photographs of it.
All right. Got you. Thank you.
The Lindell was standing. Our officers were level with Lindell while they were observing him.
For the most part, yes. So the officer that was staged to the west, can you advance one slide? The officer that was staged to the west at position 3, that was a slight elevation position. That was that last officer that you could see on the body camera footage where that civilian is also with him and he's saying, hey, please get back here, please get behind my car. That's the officer that's in position 3. So that was his viewpoint. That position is slightly higher than the other officers were, but the other ones were level with him. So positions 1 and 2 were level as well.
But not high enough to send a shot through the top of the head.
I would say no.
And if you look at dash camera 1170, the still of that, there's no officer on the rooftop. There's no officers on the garages. And the other question I would have is, was there a flash witnessed in any of that video when the fatal shot was fired?
I don't recall. The video is extremely far away. It's across the parking lot. But you guys will have a copy of that video when you go to close deliberations, that specific video, and I timestamped it for you as well. And I would recommend that you watch for yourself. I apologize. I truly don't remember.
That's okay. And could you talk a little bit about Garrity as it relates to an officer interview and explain that to people, what that really means when
Yes.
an officer has a Garrity?
Yes, and I believe that the reason you were probably asking is the documents that you guys received in preparation for this was a copy of my investigative report, and there is a section of that report that is redacted. And the redacted part is the officer's statement. So when we read Garrity rights, an officer doesn't give up their rights as a citizen to not be compelled to incriminate themselves. So we, as an employer, to get to the truth of a matter, we compel them. We say, if you don't answer my questions, you can be terminated, you can be fired, you can be disciplined. But in exchange for that, the law protects the officer and says that if we as a government are saying you have to talk to me or else you're going to lose your job, whatever they tell me cannot be used against them in court, and it cannot be released to the public unless there are certain exemptions. For example, if the officer consents to giving that information over. There's very limited times where that information can be used. Employment law is a little bit different. We can use it if the officer were to get disciplined, we can use it in employment law. But the Gary laws are pretty specific on when we can use an officer's statements that are compelled. Again, saying that I'm telling him he has to answer my questions.
Final question. Several police officers, I believe, saw the actual fatal shot. And then there were 3 civilians who actually saw the fatal shot. And there was 1 individual who was within 7 feet, a civilian, who saw the fatal shot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions for me. Anyone else?
And there was no SWAT team there?
The SWAT team was not there, no. They were just normal patrol officers that were there. The negotiator actually self-dispatched himself. He heard the call for service, knew he had more specialized training, and decided I can probably help, and dispatched himself to that scene. The reason, though, the police response was pretty substantial initially. A lot of officers showed up, and again, that wasn't because we were going to a suicidal subject. That was because we thought we were going to a shooting. We had multiple calls, shots fired, apartment complex, a female down on the ground. And when we get there, everything we see really gives validation to that. There is a female down on the ground, and she's hysterical, and there's another gentleman who's standing over her. Everything we see when we get there validates this is a shooting, and where is the shooting suspect? We were able to quickly learn that wasn't the case, and then we transitioned. But what we were responding to and what it ended up being was not the same thing. Yes, sir.
Even if the medical examiner did not do an autopsy, next of kin could have asked for an autopsy, but they would have had to pay for it?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
Was the bullet that was shot on the ground recovered as well?
The bullet itself was not, but the casing was.
Okay.
Any further questions? Captain Giles, thank you so much for the presentation.
Guys, thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now retire to deliberate. So if everyone could remain in the room until the board exits, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you and have a good night.
That's what I'm finna do.
Right? Thank you, sir. Have a night.
Have a good night.